The information shared during this live stream is for educational and informational purposes only and should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. All trades, ideas, and strategies discussed are my personal opinions and are not recommendations to buy or sell any securities. Trading involves risk, and you should always do your own research and consult with a licensed financial professional before making any investment decisions. You are solely responsible for your own trading results.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Thursday, April 23rd. And welcome to the most value pack live trading show where we live trade, break down charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. First things first, in the pre-market, we did have unemployment claims that came in. They came in a little hotter than anticipated. They came in above previous reading, the forecast as well. So off the open, let the market digest the data. It looks like we're looking to gap down. That 50% retrace, slightly below yesterday's midpoint. So very important for us to let the market digest the data off the open, look for our setups, ease our way into the day, and keep it clean, stay disciplined, stay sharp, and respect our risk management. So if you respect yourself as a trader, you respect the risk management, you respect your TP. So it's very important that we continue to do that day in and day out, regardless of what the market does. All right, regardless of what price does, we continue to follow our system. And of course, we're closing in on the end of the week. So very important that you do exercise the appropriate kind of safety measures you have in place to the full extent. Okay, so we'll see you. Let's open this up. Good morning. 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 So major gap down here. We're below that daily downside breaker. We're below that 50% retrace today. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Folks on YouTube. The goal today is 100 likes. Let's hit it. I want to do the giveaway. There's been a giveaway drought past couple of days. So I want to do the giveaway today, guys. So let's get 150 likes. We can easily get that done within the first hour. All right. So good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Please click the like button when you enter the feed. May God bless you and your family and your health and economy in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you for those words, Fish. As always, guys, hit the like button. Good morning, everyone. Have a blessed day. Absolutely. Good morning. Good morning, Amy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mort. Good morning, Mimi. All right. So let price settle in. We did have catalyst in the pre-market. We are trading smack dab in the middle of prior day's range. We're starting to see IW take off first above that PMH. We're seeing Apple pull back. Apple, if we're looking for that retest on Apple, okay, if we're looking for retest on Apple, I'll give you the level. I do see that retest possibly brewing. So before, okay, Apple retest 273.73, 273.73, spies in the jaws of the gap down. Spies in the jaws, the gap down. Okay, ExxonMobil is out the gate. ExxonMobil is hot. Palantir falling off a cliff. Palantir is below the daily downside breaker. Google nice expansion, retesting that 339.81. Google retest that 339.81. ExxonMobil above the daily upside breaker. Palantir sliding below the daily downside breaker. We're starting to see that whips on NVIDIA, a nasty candle on NVIDIA, peaks above that 202.50, gets above that PMH, and whoosh, slices right through those levels and traps all those buyers. All right, so off the open, just exercise some caution. Intel above that 66.87. Intel does report earnings, so again, very important that you don't force any trades there. IV is going to be through the roof. All right, so Intel, I would say, is a no trade today, unless you like to trade things with high IV and you have an edge doing so. All right, just want to bring that to your awareness. We are trading smack dab in the middle of prior day's range. Who remembers the 710 level? Okay, who remembers the 710 level? Our history with 710 has been very, very indecisive. So we have a key zone between 710 and that 50% retrace of the day. All right, of course, we're working our way into the jaws of the gap. We'll get that measure as well, BOGTOG. We are seeming to either fill the gap or dip into the gap and run away within first shift past few gaps, past few gap ups. All right, so we make that decision fairly quickly. So we'll see if we hold true to that sentiment as we're in the jaws of that gap now. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Intel continues to push. Intel pushing here. Sandwich between today's gap and yesterday's gap, 100%. So again, gap within a gap. That's the gap inception. Okay, gap within a gap. If you guys recall that classic movie Inception, Dream Within a Dream, same thing. So that's a gap inception here. Gap within a gap within a gap. I have my alert set on SoFi. Folks on YouTube, take a look at SoFi. Let me know what you see there. All right, there might be a possible opportunity on SoFi. Okay, just look at it. Do the technical due diligence. Let me know what you see. Okay, and then we will cover it in a few. So off the open, Tesla, of course, Tesla continues to push higher. So I retested that territory that we discussed in the pre-market. And we're starting to see Dell slide to the downside. Walmart off to the races. So Walmart pushing. ExxonMobil, nasty wick on ExxonMobil. Look at this wick, guys. That's why if you're not a super scalper, right, it's very difficult to trade the open. Because look, Exxon gets above that daily upside break, gets above PMH. If you don't take profit, whoosh. You blink, everything disappears. Okay. So very, very important that you just wait, you just wait. Nice retrace reject off that 710 and that D50. We do have weekly open right here, giving us a nice key zone as well. Keep in mind, we're still inside prior day's range. We're inside on the weekly as well. Okay, so the key zones just come naturally to us because we let price give us the zones. We let price give us the zones. Anyone have any swings from last night? Anyone take any swings? Okay, Apple continues to push. Palantir starting to bounce off those lows. Okay, we're starting to see Intel catch a bid. AMD catching a bid. AMD above 304.25. That's an all-time high. Broadcom taking off. So we're seeing a slight rotation back into the semis. Apple strong. Rotation out of the energy names into the semis now. We're going into the semis now. Broadcom pushing here. Amazon looking to stabilize off that 254.55. Let's see if Palantir can close below 147.40. The Dow is as flat as can be. The Dow is as flat as can be. The Q's not doing much. Q's not doing much. It's sitting right above VWAP. Let me get that G50 here for you. Okay, G50 right there. And that healthy level of paranoia is always there because we can make it run up to ATH. And of course, we got to pay close attention to the news feed because we did get an announcement from the president, right? He instructed the forces, the military, to strike any ships that are putting mines in the strait. That's a direct order. All right, so anything can happen on that front as well. Apple, rejection off that PMH. Car 400 puts bought Tuesday. How's Car doing? I don't typically trade those names, but I can take a look at Car. I believe someone brought it to our attention early this week. Car falling off a cliff. Those puts are printing fish. Those puts are printing. Congratulations. That's a $40 drop. $40 drop. I wonder what the IV is on those contracts. All right. Oh, my goodness. Do you know what the IV is, guys? The IV is 385%. The IV is 385%. Right, so you just can't take that trade randomly because it's moving, because those contracts are so overvalued. Okay, so car is one of those names. 5-minute orb army, no real expansion yet. SPY, see if SPY can hold above that 50% retrace. It is above that weekly open, right? So, okay, Qs are starting to pick up some speed here as the semis get picked up. Okay, there goes Avago. Avago's taking off, lift off. Avago's lifting off. Intel lifting off, untouchable, reported earnings. Dell on the verge of making all-time highs. So our runway is between that 710. All right, do we have some clear separation over 710 and this territory here, that G50? All right, do we have enough room? Do we have enough momentum, enough fuel to get at least a 710.42? And these are very, very tight ranges, team. So it's very important that you do understand. Even yesterday's range was about a $3 range. All right. Usually we trade within an $8-9 range. That's our ATR. Right. So we're, as far as the daily range is concerned, it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So the reason why the IV on car is overvalued from the options perspective is because the whole point of options, right? Options are a derivative, okay, and they move in the direction of the underlying. But options, there's a couple of variables that options have that try to price in. They try to price in what the underlying is doing. All right, so there's variables in there that try to price in what the underlying is doing, such as IV, such as we know the Greeks. There's lots of things that try to price it in. So when something is making a move outside of the usual, we can know this name is getting there's a short squeeze on this name, right? Or this name is getting squeezed, right? Then the IV will try to price in those moves, right? It will try to price in those moves. So what that means is, from a trading perspective, for you to trade it, those car contracts, right? You're probably paying 4 or 5 times what you would usually pay on a regular day. Right, so they're pricing that in. They're pricing that in as the ticker is moving. Let me know if that makes sense. Yep, shenanigans. There you go. Comes into this territory, picks up. So the shenanigans kicking off early. Okay, we're starting to see the Qs get picked up as well, guys. 945 shockwave army, right? My waivers. Very important to know that 945 we do have a catalyst. All right, so you want to bring that to your attention. We do have a catalyst at 945. So that nice little run up from the 710 to this 710.42, right? So if you're looking to play that gap fill, you need that hold above 710.42, and there's that last piece, right? Can it get about 710.42 and run into that 711.13? That'd be that nice little push there. All right, so whenever you see individual tickers have earnings, when they have a news catalyst, the IV gets jacked up. And the 300 IV, I have not seen that in quite some time. Right. Usually during earnings, they get to 100, 150, 175, depending on the name. Right. But at 380% IV, I have not seen that for a long time. And during the heart of last year, during the tariff, SPY had 100 IV. The day that we had a 40-point range, guess what? SPY had 100 IV. Okay, semis continue to push here. Keeping a close eye. Apple's coming for that retest. 273. 73. And you can give it a nice little range between that and prior day close. Right, the biggest deterrent for that setup is there's enough fuel off PMH to slice through that and go back the other PML. Right, so let's see buyers step up there. We're starting to see NVIDIA wake up. See, NVIDIA can hold about that PMH. NVIDIA. Okay, shockwave hour coming up in 2 minutes. Quick reminder, guys, we do have a catalyst at 9:45 exactly. NVIDIA retest, PMH, previous day close. Retest hold. More than likely, we need that SPY to continue to push higher That'll give us the momentum we need. A lot of the semiconductor names are off the races. AMD out of here. Intel out of here. Broadcom out of here. Google pulling back. Apple sliced right through that level with minimal regard. Walmart continues to grind higher. Yeah, when IVs are jacked up, think of the IV being kind of like an inflation measure. All right. Say, for instance, we'll use like a housing market example, right? Say, for instance, the housing market, okay, the average price is, say, 800,000 or 700,000, okay? And then now, all of a sudden, a catalyst comes into play, and there's a huge influx. There's a huge demand for houses. Interest rates drop, and then now they're up 70%. More than likely, that same house you were going to buy a couple of days ago is only going up because it's trying to price in the environmental condition. That's what the price is reflecting. So now if you're buying at that price, you have to understand, right, is there a strategy to buy at that price? Yes, buy high, sell higher, right? But you have to get a bigger move on top of the move that already took place. You have to get a bigger move on top of the move that already took place. So when you see high IV, especially when it's above that HV, think of it as, okay, the contracts are inflated. You're paying more than what you usually pay for those contracts. Apple, okay, Apple possibly to the downside there, setting up to the downside. Apple keeping a close eye for the puts. Apple, okay, let's see. I'm going to wait. There's 945 territory because we have a catalyst, guys. I'm looking at Apple 272.50s. NVIDIA, of course, NVIDIA. I'm looking at NVIDIA above that 203.13. Walmart taking off there. AMD into all-time highs. It's already at all-time highs. So if you like to take things into beyond all-time highs, if you want that retest, 304.12, very, very shallow retest, 305.21 break. NVIDIA, keeping a close eye on NVIDIA. Walmart setting up there as well. Apple is starting to catch a bit off those lows. That's not coming to play yet. I'm taking a look at NVIDIA. Walmart, Shockwave, Dell, Shockwave, SPY, Shockwave as well. SPY kind of running away here. See, SPY can pull back just slightly. If you took that, good. Especially if you have the break, if you have the entry based on the break, we'll provide you that entry. Okay, let me take the NVIDIA. Just cool off right there just for a second there. SPY looking for the retest. NVIDIA just pull back just a little bit. Or if not, I'll have to take that entry. Just pull back just a little bit. SPY dip back into this territory. I'll be there. Okay, SPY dip back to that territory. I'll be there. Let that risk reward box get generated if you're waiting for maximum confirmation. Make sure to like the video, guys. SPY is starting to go. SPY is starting to go. VIX is just kind of doing its own thing here. The Q's pushing. Q's pushing here. NVIDIA starting to go. Q's need to get above that 655.33. And you don't take SPY. If you took SPY, you can scale out. Yeah, this week, guys, they're rewarding the breaks. They're rewarding the breaks. Not a lot of retests. All right, if you're waiting for the retest, there's a lot of, if you're waiting for a retest or revisitation to a level, all right, there's not a lot of retest. And you want to take that? If you did, congratulations. Gap close, 100%. I gotta wait for NVIDIA. I'll wait. I'll buy my time. Okay. ExxonMobil puts to the downside. Apple, I'm looking for Apple as well. Apple is teetering, is below that VWAP. Semis are really going higher, guys. Semis are really going higher. If you caught NVIDIA, you have a good position there. You have a good seat. Dell's starting to go. Not really news catalyst, just economic calendar catalyst. Service PMI, manufacturing PMI. Right, orange folder, but still we have to take that into consideration. Right there. See if crude can break below those lows. Who's done for the day? Or who caught that? If you did, beautiful job. I'll be there for the retest. NVIDIA scale out. NVIDIA scale out. Broadcom coming up next, back into all-time highs. So a lot of these semiconductor names making those all-time highs. Microsoft just hanging out below VWAP. Okay, let's see if SPY can come back into this area. We'll be there for it. Apple below 273.14, and look at that, just like that. The shenanigans begins. All right, look at this. Look at this candle. All right, so I'm gonna just have to wait for that. I'm looking at NVIDIA. $205s. Okay. See, you get a nice little hammer there on NVIDIA. If we get a hammer there on NVIDIA, I'll be there for it. Okay, I'll take NVIDIA right there. I'm in NVIDIA. First trade of the day's NVIDIA. Had to stay patient there. My risk is PMH. Okay, NVIDIA starting to go. See if SPY can reclaim that territory. So it takes you all the way to scale out. Okay, see if NVIDIA can continue to go. NVIDIA's up 7%. My risk on NVIDIA is just slightly below that PML. If you need to take profit on NVIDIA, do so. Again, manage accordingly. Manage accordingly. See if that 5-minute candle can close off strong. SPY with that reclaim. That's going to be favorable for NVIDIA. Not the cleanest price action, but they got that reclaim. So it goes to TP, and it does this dance. So in this case, there's no retest. It's more of a reclaim. My risk on NVIDIA is all the way at this 202.62. Okay, so get me back to that 203.82. We'll be in good shape. We'll give it some time to cook. That 15-minute candle looks strong. 8% on NVIDIA. So again, once something just kind of goes beyond my entry, guys, I have to wait. Okay, so I don't mind playing the waiting game. NVIDIA up 10%, 11%. See if you can take it into that territory up there. 203.82. Who took NVIDIA? If you took TP on NVIDIA, dollar signs in the chat. Good. Still in NVIDIA. I want to see get that scale out or get into that 203.82. Okay, more than likely SPY needs to wake up here. At NVIDIA, a 15-minute candle still looks good. Still looks bold. Still looks good. Did flash 11. So I can squeeze a little more out of that. If SPY can hold this territory, is good. SPY's action, guys. Very whipsaw. If you took this into reclaim, good, good, good. I'm using SPY as I'm using NVIDIA as a proxy for SPY. I'm using NVIDIA as a proxy for SPY. Palantir is starting to set up as well. Palantir is starting to go. I'm going to move my stop on NVIDIA to that break-even territory. All right, between -3, -5 territory, single digit loss territory. So I'll reduce that risk. If you TP'd already, good, good, good. Keeping a close eye on Palantir. All right, keeping a close eye on Palantir. In the meantime, I want SPY to hold this territory. If the Qs can get above 655.53, we'll be in good. We'll be in good shape. Qs need to get above that level. Qs need to get above that level. Okay. See if NVIDIA can get bought back up here. Palantir is starting to go. This last 3 to 4 minutes on NVIDIA, see buyers pick this thing up. If they don't pick it up, we get that close all the way back below that initial entry territory. Then I'll close out. So no scale out signal, but just reducing my risk. Qs are starting to pull back here slightly. Semi's pulling back slightly. We're starting to see Amazon get picked up off those lows. Palantir falling off a cliff. SPY sitting right at that 50% retrace of that gap. So right in the jaws of that gap after filling. So more than likely SPY needs to hold that. See if SPY can hold that. What else? Okay, Palantir is looking good. Palantir is looking good. Palantir is looking good. So you got a retest on Palantir, get alerted. Back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA down about 6-7%. There was a 11% TP opportunity. I was looking for scale out. This needs to hold. If you're waiting for that PMH retest, still have a little bit of. You would want that to come into that territory. See if SPY can get picked up here. We'll passively watch NVIDIA. Okay, IW starting to go. IW starting to go to the downside. So this needs to hold on NVIDIA. This territory needs to hold on NVIDIA. This can hold. Have a chance. If that starts to fold, SPY starts to slide, then I'll be out of there. SPY still holding that 710.42. Palantir breaking down nicely. If we get a close below this level, this hold zone, then I'll close out. If we get a close below there, I'll close out. So I'll give it one last little chance here so you can get that nice little bounce. If not, we'll close out there. Okay, we'll close out right there. So stopped out NVIDIA, minus 14. Right, so I didn't want to put the risk all the way back there as it started to push. I adjusted it to near the entry. I did see about 11%. But wanted to see if I can get that nice little push into those highs. And the fact that SPY is giving that up, stopped out here on NVIDIA on the first trade. If SPY can somehow, some way maneuver a push back above this territory, I can get interested. But the fact that the Qs are all the way back at that VWAP is tough. And now look at Palantir, guys. Palantir falling off a cliff. Okay. See if NVIDIA can reclaim that. See if NVIDIA can reclaim that. For that reclaim team, we're gonna need the Qs to hold that VWAP. Right. So the Qs, it's in the best interest for that setup to work. The Qs hold VWAP. If the Qs can't hold VWAP, then we can start to slide. SPY looks like it wants to make that, maybe that arching rise. Oh, wow. Look at Palantir. Anyone take Palantir? Walmart's out of here. Microsoft, nice dump on Microsoft. Microsoft is going. Now, SPY is just trading in such a tight range, guys. $2 range. $2 range. 15-minute starting to sell off on SPY. SPY's candle, very whipsaw. Good. Beautiful job, Maurice. Quick extraction. Still short out. Yeah, the vote. Let's do the vote. Yeah, we'll do the poll. First time join community. Absolutely, guys. If you're just jumping into the community, guys, there's a video. Take a look at that video. So first trade today, NVIDIA. Stopped out there. Did see a little bit of green. Nice double-digit gain, but I was looking for that nice push above those highs. SPY, initial entry came in there. Goes to TP. This one gets stopped out. Apple is headed back towards VWAP. Apple did not break down yet. Microsoft scale out on those puts. Meta. Meta's coming to that 50% retrace of the weekly. If SPY continues to drop, Meta. I'll take the SPY drop as well. See if Meta can go collide with that. So good cut on NVIDIA. All right, completely collapsed. Apple is going the other way. Apple's looking to reclaim VWAP. Okay, there goes SPY. There goes SPY. See if he gets hold. If he gets that hold. A lot of these erratic candles, right? It's tough to gauge the entry off those erratic candles. Down goes the Qs. IW once again hits TP, guys. IW has been giving those that read. And just like that. So they're trapping all those shorts here. So it's very important that you just they reward you for going short on the break, and they punish you for going short on the break. All right, so now it becomes a game of risk management. Okay, so Meta's trying to recover there. See if Meta falls back under this territory there, and SPY collapses. I like Meta. If it wants to reclaim, try to make that head in that inverse, then I'll let it be. Meta is a little pricey. Just keep that in mind. Okay. On top of that, very low ATR, so it's really hard to gauge these moves. How we doing so far, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing so far? SPY puts. Beautiful job, Wayne. All right, Meta's off the table. SPY is recovering. Okay, SPY is just smack dab in the middle of that, right in the middle of that 50% retrace, right? I mean, it's not very similar to what it did with that 710 yesterday. Like we discussed in pre-market, we need some kind of separation away from there. If we continue to do that back and forth, okay, I'll just go in mean reversion mode because they're just trapping longs and shorts. So there's no expansion. Okay, no expansion so far. Amazon coming into this major key zone here. If we take another slide to the downside, I'm going to revisit Meta. I need Meta to break back below this low. SPY. A retrace reject off 710 and that G50. So far we gap down to open things up. We fill that gap. After filling that gap, we go back to downside and then we come into that 50% retrace, BOG. Take off the EMAs. There's no real clean trend right now. We grab these lows, ascend to the other side. Grab those lows, ascend to the other side. Beautiful job. 1,033% gain for fish. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Apple is trying to get above that VWAP and that daily upside breaker. Right, remember that key zone team right here? That's what Apple is doing. So it's recapturing that key zone. Spend some time there. See if you can get a victory above VWAP. See you get a victory above VWAP. Palantir team. Palantir just completely collapsed. So it's almost like you have to take a short into the break levels. All right. So since there's no expansion, taking a short into those break levels, IWM quietly giving the clean opportunities. Another day for IW. So look at IW, right? Comes back, retests it, and then gets that nice 2 TPs. Two TPs there. Okay. See SPY goes retrace, reject. So the one thing we do have on SPY is we do have a set of lower lows, right? So we have a high up there. The question becomes, is this the high they want to put in? Is this the lower high? Right? If that's the lower high, we probably seek those lower lows. And we don't have a lot of room. Okay, if we're gonna really assess this, guys, there's a high traffic area. Look how many key levels there are in a short space, in a short window. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 key levels within a $2 range. All right, so 8 key levels within the $2 range. The runway is not there. Scale out on Meta. Palantir continues to go to the downside. Let's see what the Qs decide to do here, team. Let's see what the Qs decide to do. Okay, we're starting to see NVIDIA shape back up. is gonna be predicated on what the Qs do. The Qs need to get above that 655.33. But first things first, victory at this VWAP would be necessary. Okay, victory at that VWAP would be necessary. If it comes into play, I don't mind re-engaging. But we're going to need that hammer off that VWAP, continue to push higher on the Qs to help us, to aid us in this move. And I don't mind re-engaging after getting stopped out. If you had a stop out of aggressive risk, you'll probably still be in. Okay, so. Okay, Apple is starting to move and groove. That VWAP interaction response to VWAP would be will determine what the mega cap tech names do here. Okay, Apple above VWAP. Apple's starting to go. Nvidia did come and test that dead upside breaker as well, so that retest was nice. AMD making another run. Google is testing that dead upside breaker as well. We got a hammer right there. Google. Okay, not the cleanest chart. Very messy, but we do have that dead upside breaker there. The clean charts are Palantir. So the cleanest chart, one of the cleanest charts is Palantir. All right, you can see. Came down to Nvidia and Palantir. Palantir went. So obviously the critical lows are there. If we're going to shift any kind of structure, trying to go inverse head and shoulder, or any kind of maneuver, that is the area that we have to get above. And so that's the area to watch for that retrace reject. If you're riding the wave, continue to ride. SPY not giving us much, guys. Back-to-back days on SPY not giving us much. So this inverse cup and handle, right? The handle is kind of forming here if you see it. And more than likely this needs to break down for the handle to come to fruition. But prior to taking out those highs. The $1 million question in this case is, where is the next high? Is the next high a higher high? Is the next high a lower high? If it is, that inverse cup and handle comes into play. Q's giving up that VWAP. Palantir is all the way at 200 EMA. Again, 200 EMA on the hourly. Nvidia stop out before you close out. Yeah, so Nvidia got stopped out. To be honest, I was looking for a little more on Nvidia. It did provide 11, but I was looking for a little more. IWM stop out 24%. Beautiful job, Lynn. IWM is the Dow's starting to go now. The Dow's starting to go. IWM starting to course correct as well. Buyers picking it up. So that flag under VWAP on IWM. 276.65 level. Potential retrace reject. So the only thing pushing up was the Dow. Let's go back to our game plan chart real quick. So game plan chart, the Dow decides to take off. The Qs and SPY are very sticky. IW is very sticky, but it did provide that shockwave to the downside on its pursuit of those lows near that 275.73. Crude, it looks like it wants to break down here, back below that daily upside breaker. VIX not doing much, flat. Gold still above that 47.15. Bitcoin still above that 77,500. And SPY back at that 710. That's 710. The infamous 710. The infamous 710. If you wouldn't mind something that would help me a lot, because due to my job, I listen to you more than I watch. I hear you say something is running or it's going, but I don't know if you're saying running down. Okay, clarify the verbiage. Absolutely, Boomer. Palantir 27%, MRVL 20%. Beautiful job. Are you caught Palantir via Shockwave retired final or a continued flag break? 10%. Beautiful job, doctor. Minus 29%. Got to decompress. I'm done for the day. Good. Yeah, these kind of conditions, SPY is not giving us those reads. All right, that's why we're slowly migrating to those individual names, right? Because what will happen, the biggest danger is, all right, when something is not there on SPY, you try to force it. Especially going to the summer months, that's what you have to add a couple of names at the fold. And IW is a really good candidate. See if IW can come back into here. Come back into there, get some bearish activity. Hold below that weekly open. That looks enticing. I don't like how the chart squeezes every time I leave and I have to. Okay, SPY coming into play here. Okay, SPY, you got something for us. Do you have something, SPY? SPY looking at the 7-11s. See if we get that hold. Qs are starting to course correct. Okay, I like that. I want us to hold this zone right here. So what am I pursuing? I'm pursuing that right there. Looking for this trend line support to hold. All right, but I want to get some confirmation in this area to get this pursuit. All right, once that trend line support cracks, so look at this, something like this. That could be the sign of that breakdown. All right, so let's see if we can get above that and continue to accelerate. So this would be the key area to pay attention to. Okay. Walmart coming in for that retest. Walmart coming in for that retest. So you can hold that area. Walmart between that daily upside breaker and VWAP. I want the Qs to hold and reclaim VWAP. Get above 653. 653.63. I do like that 15-minute reversal candle on the 15. Right. Targeted those highs up there. So you get a nice little push. Get a hold right there. No wicks. No wicks. That 5 on SPY. The 5s across the board are looking strong. Right, but I need that hold above that level. And a nice reclaim of that 710.64. Okay, just trying to filter out if it wants to come back to this trend line and break down, or if it wants to hold that level there. Apple continues to grind higher. Apple continues to grind higher. Google off that 339.81. Hammer candle on the 15. Palantir. If you had Shockwave, you can catch Palantir. Yeah, Palantir right here. This was the late entry, of course. That continuation is this, all right? That structural breakdown, more than likely you need the Dow to show some signs of weakness. The overall indexes continue to fall for that bear flag setup here. Compression break. I don't like how that does that. All right, we're starting to break down here. So no signs of life above that level. Okay, so no calls above there. If we continue to break down here, we have to look for a name that's teetering, right? And that needs a nice little push over the edge. All right, so you want to look for names that already that showed signs of a breakdown, and then they're kind of compressing. And if SPY starts to break down here, that'll probably take those names over the top, and then they start to drop a little further. All right, our inability to create separation away from 709.84, that midpoint of today, just goes to show you how choppy this price is. Just goes to show how choppy it is. Again, in the meantime, guys, remain patient, okay? Patience is critical. Okay, just didn't knock out those lows. We'll move it like that. In the meantime, it would be nice if the VIX can start to pursue that 1914. That would help. Qs are below VWAP. IW is coming to that retest. So do we break above this, or do we break down here? What do you guys think? What does the chat think here? Do we get that break above those highs, continue to expand, or do we crack this trend line and start to sell off? The only issue is we have levels at every single point. So we're going to get some disruption. Okay, IW come back into play. I want to see IW interact with that VWAP. If it gets that aggressive wick, everything starts to break. I'll take IW to the downside, right? So the biggest danger here is IW reclaim. So I want to rule out the reclaim by giving it some time. Five-minute candle IW strong. Okay. Yeah, 710 has been very sticky, very indecisive in that area, guys. That's one of the reasons why I didn't take anything on SPY yesterday. The only thing running up now is the Dow. The only thing running up is the Dow. Okay, of course, the path is, okay, hold this, goes back to the highs of the day. If it breaks this trend line support, gets back to 710. So to me, the reason why I like the upside here is because there's a little more room to that next level than this breakdown does to this level here. All right. That's what I'm just, you're weighing the two things. Which one has a little more room to go? Because more than likely, if we get that breakdown, we're going to get some kind of contention at 710. So I'm keeping a close eye on the 7-11 strikes. If we get that nice break above this, decisive push on the calls. We'll keep an eye on that. Tesla continues to sell off. Tesla's below that 370. Tesla below a major level there. So if you're just joining us, we did take one trade today. I stopped out on Nvidia. That's the one trade for today. Break above. Well, it strikes 711. Okay, let's see if we can start fueling up here. Okay, I'll take SPY right there on that early break. Okay, try to front runner a little bit. They've been kind of getting away past few attempts. Okay, so I want this to hold. Hold this. Okay, we'll be good to go. Okay, there we go. Up 7. Up 11. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 12. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm not going to leave anything on the table now. Down to runners. First scale out 12%. First scale out 12%. Runners up 13. All right, so I don't want to leave anything on the table. So now, see if runners can hit that, hit the 711, 13. So my stop here is this initial hold and see. We show weakness there. I'll be out of there. This trend line support gets compromised. I'll be out of there. So I'll ride this trend line support into the highs of the day. Okay. Dollar signs, guys, if you took that. Up 17. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we have to wait our turn. We have to wait our turn. It's a good thing to take TP, guys. We don't know what these shenanigan candle, anything can take place. I mean, either way, so. Okay, so my NC is right here. We close below this. We structurally break this. Then I'll get stopped out. In the meantime, I want the Qs to stay above that VWAP. That'll give us some the strength we need. So Q stay above VWAP on this next 5-minute juncture. 5-minute candle. See if we can stay above that 710.64 as we ride this trend line support. Took forever. Right, that was our first trade on SPY. And yesterday we didn't take one for the first time in over 200 plus episodes, 250 plus episodes, guys. And a good way to reintroduce ourselves to SPY. If we can't hold this territory, we start to crack that support, I'll be out of there. Right? I don't want to do with any back and forth. I'll give it a little room to run. As long as the Qs can hold above that VWAP, that's good. We'll give it a little room, breathing room. And I want to see the Dow get above that 494, 494.67, 50% retrace today. IW off the table on those shorts. There was no signs of weakness there. Anyone else take that? Good, good, good. Good job. And look how slow this action is. All right. Welcome to this is an early preview of the summer months. So my NC is literally going to be here. I'm going to move it to right there. I want no close on the 1 minute below here. So I want that stop to be as close as possible to break even. Okay, so I'll give it that much room. Okay, I'll be out of there. All right, stopped out, break even. I'll look for something else. All right, so 12, 13%, did see about a 17% appreciation in total. Gave a little room to run and eventually close the runners. That was a good close as well because we know the structural support is going to be critical. All right, so if anything, see profit, take profit. That's all I can say, guys. All right, that's all I can say. See profit, take profit. So that's what I wanted to do there. So it was a 17% opportunity. Especially in this kind of action, 17%. It's tremendous. All right, so on to the next one. What do we got? NVIDIA just, good night. NVIDIA went from one side to the other side. So semis are starting to show some weakness. Tesla just selling off like no one is watching. Of course, Tesla has an earnings catalyst. Runtime error, yeah, probably have to refresh, try refreshing. Sometimes it has to do with TradingView. And look at this guy, snail's pace. Right, so quick scalp here, double digits. And even if you're waiting for that break, it doesn't break right away. It's going to take some time. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of teasing. And look at that, guys. Back-to-back days, 2 days in a row, that's 710. We've been unable to create separation away from it. Does it want to take off here without us or without me? If you're using shockwave, okay, to a T, this is your stop. So I'm using shockwave to catch a scalp. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. Yeah, you got to be a sniper in these conditions, guys. Sniper in these conditions. So 2 trades. Trade on NVIDIA stopped out. I was looking for a little more room, right? So I was okay with not taking the profit at 11. I'm okay with that. But at the same time, look at this, okay? You have to know when to be wrong. Okay, there's an art on when to be wrong. Why? Because this is the trade we took on NVIDIA, okay? Shockwave says go along here, okay? We kind of got ahead of us. It's moving so fast, I waited for the retest. This led to about a 11, 12% pop to the upside. I wanted to see if I can knock out those highs and get that continued acceleration or a scale out. And then I moved my risk to here, and this area here, and then I eventually got stopped out 13, 14%. And if I decide not to get stopped out, guess what? That drags me to this level here. All right, so very, very important to do so. As we're talking about SPY starting to push. SPY starting to push once again. Scale out. Yeah, they're making it very, very tricky, guys. Very, very tricky, to say the least. But even in this mess, even in this messy action, okay, Shockwave will give you an opportunity on SPY. On the other names, of course, those names already took off. But even on SPY, will give you those opportunities. IW, full recovery there. Anyone still holding SPY? My shock waivers. Took SPY 7%. Good, good, good. Beautiful job, Wayne. We're getting into PMH, guys, on SPY. PMH coming up. Highs of the day coming up as well, along with that dead upside breaker. So this trend line was like that. It's still intact. Okay, still intact. Still intact. Clean it up a little bit. So first shift officially in the books, guys. First shift officially in the books. So again, do a mental assessment. All right, see how many trades you took. See if you're sticking to the plan. Make those proper adjustments. All right, if you're green, stay clean. You can be done for the day. Tomorrow's Friday. SPY is not giving us a lot of opportunities. This is my first trade on SPY in 2 trading days. Okay, 2 trading days. All right. Now Google, daily upside breaker VWAP as SPY breaks out. Daily upside breaker VWAP. So SPY would be going from the midpoint to the expansion point. Google, I should say. All right. Priority highs and VWAP aligning there. Some alignment there. If SPY starts to pump, I'm going to hover over to Exxon. Last time Exxon came into that PML, we did get buyer step in there. All right. So I like how Shockwave didn't give us a signal there. All right. The whole point is, look, there's going to be traps. All right. But if we can make the system try to avoid a majority of the traps, that's going to be good. All right, so I want to see if Exxon can continue to push lower below that breaker. More than likely, if SPY breaks its trend line, Exxon will start to bounce off those lows. So initially, the preliminary runways into 149.30. So it's about a 20-cent window for us to drop. But if we can get below that, that will lead us to that 149. So we do have one hurdle right there. Okay. So keep a close eye on Exxon. Exxon, ticker symbol XOM. Of course, that's to the downside for the puts. I'm looking at the contract is very low volume there. It's a little spready as well. So I'm not looking at spreads on the 24. Let's look at May 1st. Not a lot of activity there. So we just watch it. I'm not a big fan of the spreads. Amazon broke out. Sometimes the alerts on TradingView don't go off or what? Because this was a nice break on Amazon. Amazon broke out. Amazon scale out. And gave that retest as well. You can see that, guys. Shockwave calls at 10:32. And it gives you the retest as well. So it goes and it comes back and it goes to scale out. Okay, adjusting this every time I go somewhere else is a pain. All right, let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We're getting close. We're closing in on 5K subs, guys. That's the goal by the end of the month. The sooner we get there, the better. Yep, Amazon cranking. Anyone take Amazon? We got 172 people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, if you've been watching for more than 3 to 5 episodes, take the next steps. Join our community. Immerse yourself with all of our resources. All right. We have some tremendous traders in there, tremendous resources available to you as well. All right, so everyone kind of sticking to their system. No YOLO, no gambling, just waiting. Shockwave, yeah, so you can set the limit. Beautiful job. So James used shockwave to identify reversals. You can get creative. You can go from midpoint. You can use those levels throughout that time as well. Midpoint to here, here to there. That'd be outside of the shockwave, but you're using those levels to take advantage of it. Now, Amazon retesting this key zone. I'll be there for it. Dead upside breaker, weekly upside breaker, PMH. So 3 levels there. All right. SPY coming to that territory. Even though SPY is trying to break that trend line support, which it is on the 1, right, the follow through is not there. Right, so no follow through. And more than likely, we come into 710 and we get some contention. Amazon, I'm looking at the 257.50s. Calls if it comes into this territory. If you like that 9 had to come into that 9 here on the 1. But I need that to come into this zone here. So if it comes in there, I'll be there. If not, we'll just let it be. Massive volume imbalance on Amazon there. See how many likes we got, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. I want to see if the president is speaking as well. I don't think he's spoken in quite some time during our live, so let's see if he is speaking at some point today, some point in time today. Okay. I want to see how many likes we got, guys. At some point today. Okay, how many likes have we got so far? 56 likes. That's a good comment. SPY is moving so slow. My 1-minute chart looks like a 15-minute chart. 100%. All right, this is a preview of the summer months. Palantir calls off those lows, 200 EMA on the hourly as well. Nice pickup. Okay, Apple is starting to sell off here. Apple was the big winner yesterday. So Apple did this elaborate breakdown, this elaborate compression break. Fell back below that daily upside breaker. So if you're using shockwave on Apple, all right, the biggest thing is I'll be there for it if it does present an opportunity. The biggest thing is, of course, all right, ruling out that double bottom. If you want to pursue shockwave, if you want to pursue that expansion break, retrace, reject into those lows. And I like how Apple is below VWAP as well. Retrace, reject on Apple is right here. Okay, Apple selling off aggressively here. So my waivers, keep a close eye on that. Apple below 273.14. Okay, apply your appropriate entry model. Appropriate entry model. SPY just stuck in the air, right? It's just stuck there. This is a 1-minute candle, guys. Look at this. Okay, SPY has been broken for the past 2 days. All right, SPY has been broken. So it's just scalps. So SPY is just scalps. We're inside on the week. We're inside on the day. So keep that in mind. So the weekly candle, we're inside. The daily candle, we're inside. Again, guys, look at the likes up. We got 57 likes only today. Very light on the likes. All right, we have 180 plus people tuning in. All right, so make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. This is where I need the shenanigans candle to the upside. Retrace reject is here on Apple. So that would assume, bigger picture, guys, a sweep of prior day highs. If you're waiting for VWAP, all the way up here. If you're waiting for that expansion, shockwave, all the way down here. So it just depends what you're looking for. It just refuses to break this trend line. All right. I constantly adjust it because the highs are coming in, the lows that are coming in are higher. Right, just constantly just grinding higher. Right, the last call ID on SPY was predicated on this zone. And it continues to push. Massive shenanigans candle. If we do a mean reversion, that can possibly come in, grab those highs. I'd say the best bet, if you are on the verge against top down on your puts, if you're in puts per se, you need this to turn into a grab. Okay, the last thing you want to see is just a complete push above that, and that means we're above prior day highs. IWM might do a full circle moment on IWM brewing. All right. If it takes out those lows and takes out those highs on both ends of shockwave, it did that yesterday, I'll be there for IW. The Qs, I believe I have an alert there already. Apple, again, needs to break. I don't want the retrace reject. So I'll say that's the last point. All right, this is where the bears really need to push price lower here. If the bulls can overcome that, okay, then they're going to continue to grind this thing into TP2. Okay, so in theory, if you held shockwave from the very time of the entry all the way until now, granted, theta would eat a good chunk of those contracts. But again, you never got stopped out. You got to scale out and possibly hit TP. All right. So even in this mess, it's going to provide those opportunities. Walmart, WMT, bouncing off those highs. Keep a close eye on those calls. WMT contracts are very friendly. Very small account friendly. And these are tomorrow's contracts. So Friday's contracts on WMT. If it holds that level on WMT, I'll look to take WMT to the upside. Okay, I'm going to take WMT right there. Some of the WMT calls. All right, my risk being down here. I'm going to let this play out. WMT calls, third trade of the day. WMT calls. Walmart. See if we can lead into that expansion break. Up 3%. If you did take that, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. Sponsored by Shockwave. WMT is a good one for a small account. Contracts are only $50, 58 cents. All right, so my risk is here. So no close below here, 131.10. I want to take WMT all the way into 131.69. Okay. Okay, WMT up 10%. If I can get this compression break, we'll be good to go. The biggest danger is this turns into a resistance, holds as resistance. Okay, so WMT up 10%. Go, 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 WMT. Up 13. First scale out right here at 13 on WMT. Scale out shockwave, guys, WMT. First scale out 13. Moving stop to VWAP. Moving stop to VWAP in pursuit of highs of the day. Thank you very much, WMT. Up 17 on WMT. Thank you very much, WMT. All right. All out 7-11s, 94 to 124, 32%. Beautiful job, Jake. All right. So let's see if the WMT runners can run. I'm gonna move my stop to VWAP. So WMT up 17. Okay. Why WMT? All right. On top of the shockwave, using your technical due diligence as well. All right. You can see shockwave here, boom, to TP. Shockwave here, boom, to scale out. We're already scaled out. Nice double-digit trade. And then now I want to see WMT get into that TP once again. If you can do that, great. If WMT falls below, I'm going to move my stop to right there, the open of the hour. Then I'll close out those stops. I'll close out those runners there, okay? If you want to be a little more conservative, you can move it to this structure here. Right? If you don't want to give too much back on the profit, if you're holding runners, you can say, I want this structure to hold. I want the buyers to use that support to reload. Okay? So manage accordingly. I don't like how it does that every single time. The chart gets crushed. And you don't take WMT Walmart. Okay, good. Good. All right, do what you need to do, guys. I'm going to move it to right there, that 9 EMA on the 5. SPY, that grind higher on SPY, slow grind, very interesting. So at least I want to walk away with 7 to 10% on WMT runners. All right, so a very tight stop. I move that stop to the 9 EMA. Up 20 on WMT. So it looks like Walmart to the rescue. Walmart to the rescue. %, beautiful job, real quiet. Beautiful. All right, SPY is at that ultimate test. I'm going to close out WMT right there. Okay, couldn't get filled. Let me close that, cancel that, and try again. All right, so I'm going to walk away with those runners at 6. All right. So thank you for WMT. Let me go back to SPY. Okay, now SPY. Does SPY want to break that high? VIX falling off a cliff. So thank you very much, WMT. In the meantime, all right, so at least we got compensated for our time. Okay, does SPY take this over? Look at that slow grind, guys. Shockwave, TP1. TP1. Okay, QQQ starting to go. QQQ starting to go. Slight divergence between SPY and the Qs. So you're buying SPY at the high of the day. You're buying Qs right before the high of the day. The biggest danger being, of course, divergence. IW also brewing above that 277.47. SPY above that PMH. SPY above that PMH. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Okay, let's get the likes up. Likes are the currency on YouTube. All right. Okay, let's see if the Qs can take over from here. Keeping a close eye on the Qs. Obviously, we want this interaction with SPY to go positive, but this is the last chance for the bulls before they rip this, for the bears, before they rip this thing. So that this is the last spot for them to try to dump this thing. Okay, because if the bulls get it above here, they're probably going to try to push it all the way into 711.96. All right, so let's see if they get that collective effort to push it lower here. So shockwave in this case will get that, will put you in position to capitalize off a TP1 opportunity. So risk 1 to make 2. Keeping a close eye on the Qs. I'm going to keep a close eye on that 655. Okay, I want that 655 to hold on the Qs. Let me jump over to here. Let me find my spot. Okay, see Qs come back just a little bit, just a few cents, come back in a little bit. IWM starting to go as well, Qs starting to go, all right. If you took the Qs already, beautiful job. Manage accordingly. SPY, again, SPY, we need SPY to hold above this. SPY continues to push. So now this is up for grabs, all right. Looks like the bulls are taking control initially. So if they can keep it above this zone, then they have that zone. Okay, Qs are gone. Shockwave on the Q, shockwave on IW. IW, full circle moment. IW went from taking out the lows, going to multiple TPs, all the way to taking out the highs. So IW has just been providing those opportunities. Good close on WMT, all right? Beautiful close, beautiful extraction on WMT. %, SPY. Beautiful job, Carlos. Yep, exactly. All right, just getting paid for the time. So in this case, since SPY is breaking away, the lowest, shallowest retest is right here. Okay, retest is right there. IW, the laggard IW. The Qs are starting to go. I'm looking at IW, the 277.50s. They want to play catch up because the Qs already left the station. If you're waiting for the retest, continue to wait. If you already took it off the shockwave, beautiful job. Let me see if I can migrate to IW. IW. IW is above that weekly upside breaker. Let's come back just a little bit. All right, I want to try to get my entry as close as possible. Again, this week, the tricky part this week, guys, is they're rewarding the breaks, right? And they're also punishing the breaks. So they're forcing you to modify your entry. All right? They're forcing you to modify your entry, and they're forcing you to be hesitant. So take the break, not take the break, and then just step on your own feet. Okay? At least come back for that retest. If you took IW or the Qs, beautiful job. It's about to hit scale out on Qs. SPY already hit TP1. Amazon is the one that, Amazon and Palantir are the ones that got away. Okay, who's brewing next? Okay, as we push higher here, Meta starting to brew as well. Full circle moment for Meta as well. So biggest danger in this case is we need that decisive break. All the indexes to pump. Biggest danger is that double top forming, so we need that break above that level on Meta. Be mindful, Meta contracts are a little more pricey. Okay. Just keep that in mind. Meta, the 688s. That's a huge $3 out. Even the 680s. That's still too far out. I would even say don't go anywhere beyond 668. Scale out on the cues. So Meta above that top. Scale out on IW. SPY retests the zone. Trendline support holding. Exxon starting to push the downside. Right. The thing is, guys, these conditions, you have to really be patient and stock these names. Right. Set those alerts. Stock the names. Okay, because Exxon was on watch. All right. Exxon got that break until you push lower. Beautiful job, Exxon. So the opportunities are there. Okay, the opportunities are there. It's just a matter of staying present. It's a matter of staying relaxed. It's a matter of not rushing into things. Are there going to be some you potentially can miss? Absolutely. But don't let that be a reason for you to chase anything. Okay, very, very important to understand that. Yep, Tesla off those lows. Tesla's back above that 375. See if you can hold. Tesla's no go for me. One car. A lot of you are crushing it on car. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Amazon. Out of here, guys. Today's stream will take it until 12, guys. We'll take it until 12. After when we get into May, we're going to go back to our regular schedule. All right, regular schedule. We're going from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Eastern, and then we're going to go from 11:30. We're going to extend the show in the Discord. All right, we're going to continue to go in the Discord. Based on the reports, mid-April 2026, Iran is facing a critical situation where its oil wells are being forced to shut down due to the lack of storage space caused by U.S. naval blockade. Okay. So 3 trades so far. Maybe have 1 or 2 in the tank left. All right. If you're done for the day, be done. We're almost at that second hour of the day. That retest, of course, 7-11-45, 7-11-19 on SPY. Key zone for us right there. Okay, you see how the system just gives us the zones. Meta's out of here. I don't know why the alerts are not going off. All right, Meta, breakout on Meta. Meta breakout. Okay. Meta's out of here. Amazon is out of here. I'm going to take a seat here, guys. Keep in mind, guys, on this Saturday, we do have the Shockwave webinar, all right? You're going to have to sign up for it. It's going to break down how to use the indicator, short presentation, and then we're going to do some back testing, how to change the settings and take some open. We're going to have a Q&A session. So if you're interested in Shockwave, make sure to sign up for that. I'm going to drop that link for the webinar. Even our strikers, if you're interested, you can attend that. You go to the announcements tab, and then it should be there. Scroll up a little bit, and the Shockwave webinar is right here, guys. Make sure to sign up. For the ones who did sign up before, to the old webinar, you'll be receiving an email, a courtesy email for you to join. Okay. If I already have your email in there, you'll get a courtesy notice to join. Okay. So this is where it is. Make sure to sign up. That's basically Shockwave, right? Shockwave, especially in these conditions, is going to bring the opportunity to you. If it doesn't work in your favor, manage it accordingly. Okay. You know what you're risking. You know what you're scheduled to lose, and look what the upside is on Amazon. Let's go through our usual suspects. Okay, Apple. Okay, we'll go over our Elite 8 and our Terrific 12. Apple, nothing so far. But yesterday, Apple was more than gorgeous. Okay, several points. Our team members caught that nicely. Next name, NVIDIA. NVIDIA did provide a scale out. All right, so it did give you one for one. I did take NVIDIA, saw about 11, eventually got stopped out, wanted a little more for that scalar reminder. And NVIDIA, speaking of NVIDIA, might brew once again. Might go potentially want to try to do some kind of bottoming out formation handle. So again, Apple, no signal yet. NVIDIA, 1R. Next name, Microsoft. Microsoft, 1R. Amazon. Okay. 2R on Amazon. I'm about to go to 3R, so that's 4R in total. Google. So these are the Elite 8. No signal on Google yet. AVGO. Okay, stop out on AVGO. New signal on AVGO, but again, AVGO every high from this point on is an all-time high. So first stop out on AVGO. And Meta. Stop out on Meta. But look at the longs, okay? So you get stopped out for 1R. Meta on the verge of going to 1R there, possibly 2R. Tesla, not tradable, but let's take a look at it because of earnings. Say, hey, you know what? Even though it has earnings, I want to trade Tesla. Okay, scalp opportunity on Tesla. AMD. Out of here. Let's take a look at CAR. Okay, CAR. Did CAR get signaled by Shockwave? Puts 1049. Puts there. All right. I don't recommend trading these names, of course. There's a catalyst behind them. That's a 95% drop. $95 drop. So even this name got signaled by Shockwave. Okay, so that's what the webinar is going to be about. What Shockwave is, how to set it up, how you can get your indicator, how you can set it up, and let the system do the heavy lifting for you from a technical aspect, so you can focus on the execution side of things. Meta coming back to retest those highs. Spot coming back for that retest as well. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video as you're coming in. Make sure to like the video. We had over 600, 700 people join us up until this point. Only have 83 likes. So let's get the likes up. Okay. How are we doing, strikers? How are we doing, guys? Done for the day. Beautiful job, Lambish. Yeah, this week has been testing the mental. Okay, Spot's coming back for that retest. Let's take a look at some of our members, highlight some members, guys. Done for the day, 13% IWM, tight stop, 30% SPX, 10% Walmart, $ Walmart, 32% SPY, Palantir, to 7%. So you're seeing a lot of our team members, guys. They're really honed in. They're really honed in on their system, right? They're doing their best to manage risk. They're doing their best to assess opportunities. All right. And process oriented. Not just, hey, you know what, I'm going to buy this and then my stop was entire contract and lotto and gambling. That's not the kind of community we're cultivating. Okay. We want to be able to repeat these things over and over again for sustainability. And that's when the base hits come into play. Can you hit a home run every single day? Probably not. If you try to hit a home run every day, you're going to strike yourself out. Right, so it's base hit, base hit, base hit. That perfect pitch comes, you have an opportunity to hit a home run. The perfect pitch comes, you have the opportunity to hit a home run. Wow, that's some serious trust, Alexa. So this is a very interesting comment. So this is like a radio show. All right. So play-by-play commentary, basically. Look at this. I'm going to put this here. So one of our team members, I'm on vacation and trading on my phone via commentary, and I don't have a chart in front of me and was able to make 500. That is a very... I was using my iPad for a side cart and it went down. So one of my screens is down, but that's fine. So I can't see the YouTube chat at the current moment. So give me some time to address this technical issue. Okay, is it dead? What is going on? QQQ said good night. Meta, bounce. Beautiful bounce on Meta. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to fix this real quick. Okay, let me side cart. I put the iPad chat on the side cart on the iPad. I mean the YouTube chat, not the iPad chat. Okay, there we go. Okay, back in business. You don't take Meta. If you took NVIDIA, beautiful job. Meta, beautiful job. Let me close this out. Let's go here. SPY as well. SPY, nice bounce on SPY. Right, just a fragile bounce. Yeah, Amazon just left the station. All right, the best bet is this, okay? Say something runs away. You have a level you're paying attention to. Because sometimes when something goes, it just goes. Or you have a level paying attention to for some reason, you lost track of it. Major level just breaks. Right? So in this case, your best attempt at trying to position yourself to buy, think of it as a plane, right? You're trying to get discounted tickets to said destination. All right, say if the destination is 7:15 in this case. All right, just for example's sake. Destination is there. More than likely, you don't want to buy the ticket just at a random place. All right, you don't know what can happen, right? You don't want to buy it when it's already there, right? So you're going to have to use a continuation pattern. Okay, so now start to understand continuation patterns, and this is when the course comes in really well. Right, the course comes in because we go over continuation patterns. We break it down in the simplest form. Right, so if something expands and breaks out, right, if you can't get this entry, the rule is if you can't get this entry, You didn't get that entry, it goes. Don't touch it. You can't chase another entry. If you can get a retest on the lower time frames and you're confident about that, maybe some kind of tap back into it, that's ideal. But sometimes when something goes, it just goes. All right? All right, you're intending to take the break. For some reason why you missed it. Now you want to look for a retest. There's no retest, that's fine. Now you want to look for some kind of, okay, Netflix starting to break down one of the names from this morning, guys. Netflix, I'm looking at the 93 contracts, April 24th. Okay, let me go back to Netflix. Let me just finish this explanation here. So you need to wait for either the retest. Retest is gone. You need to either wait for the continuation pattern. How do you make this continuation pattern? AKA compression break, AKA bull flag, high probability. All right, so bull flag on its own is not high probability. So you're going to do a couple of things here. All right, because you have to wait for an EMA. All right, and you're on price action on that EMA, and along with the structural flag. That is high probability there. Okay, so make sure you do that. Don't chase. Wait for it to cool off. And then you can allocate your risk here rather than falling into it. And if it completely breaks down, then you get stopped out. And you can re-entertain it here if it presents an opportunity. So it's either you don't touch it, you remain patient, okay, and you wait for the first compression, first flag, with a high probability entry model. If you can't get those things, just let it go. Okay? Just let it go. Because you have to tap into that abundance mindset. I always say time and time again, guys, there's too many opportunities. Our issue is not the lack of opportunities. Okay? Especially with our program, with our team, with our community. Right? It's not about the lack of opportunities. As a matter of fact, there's too many opportunities that we have to do a good job on filtering out the good from the great. So if you miss something, there'll be something else. Because that missing setups will start to lead to a lot of the FOMO. If you guys recall, Netflix was one of the picks from this morning. Okay, that's starting to go. Let's take a look at it on the hourly. Okay, Netflix, okay. Put it through the lens of shockwave, and then Netflix. See how Netflix is doing. Netflix already broke down on shockwave. If you want that break below the hourly, it's available. So Netflix, see if you get a retrace reject at least. The watch list from this morning was a couple of names here. Netflix. All right, Netflix, some kind of flag formation break below prior day lows. That's taking place. SoFi to go long on SoFi above prior day's highs, only if it gets there. But the fact that it's going hammer off of this support, it's even better. Okay, even better. The next thing was Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia out of here. Next thing was Disney. Disney sliding to the downside. Robinhood sliding to the downside. And Baba as well. Those were the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names on our watch list from pre-market. Okay, we discussed those names during our pre-market prep stream. Amazon is about to make all-time highs, guys. Amazon all-time highs. Q's headed towards all-time highs. Now, the number one question we posed this morning, are we getting separation away from that 709,984? Yes, first shift, that was the primary objective. Can we get separation away from that? Now where are we going? We're above that daily upside breaker on SPY. We're about to make all-time highs on SPY. Anyone riding calls? You're about to make history. SPY all-time high, 712.38. This retest will put you in position. So you missed this entire move. Okay, retest. Okay, let's see if they continue push. SPY about to make all-time highs. I think my time in IWM is coming up. I've been stalking IWM. Got away a few times. IW, I'm looking at the 278s. See if IW can hold right there. Okay, I'll take IW right there. I'm in the IWM calls. That'll be the fourth trade of the day. Risk, of course, is all the way down here. Make or break. We do have that weekly upside breaker right there on IW. Okay, we do have that weekly upside breaker right there above us. We get above that on IW, then we're in position to make that push above that weekly upside breaker and a push getting very close to ATH. So that's the fourth trade of the day. That'll be our lotto for the day on IW. Okay. IW is starting to pull back here, down 12. It's okay. Let's see if we can get a nice little push above it. No close below that 9. On the 5, inside on that 5, I do like that engulfing candle previous to this candle. So sitting through a little back and forth. Sitting through a little back and forth, which is okay. See if we can start to course correct. The fact that everything's pushing can help IW's case. SPY hit TP2 and still continues to push higher. This trend line support continues to hold. All right, does this lead us all the way into all-time highs? Look at this, guys. Shockwave right there. Okay. So IW breaks his resistance, gets above this territory here. That would be good. That 277.64 would be good to go. All right, overhead resistance, of course, on IW, that weekly upside breaker. If your stop is a little wider all the way at PMH, that's fine as well. Mine would be a little above PMH, right at that, slightly below that 90 MA on the 5. See if IW can join the party here. Okay. So IWM will be the last trade of the day. So NVIDIA stopped out, worked in our favor, but stopped out. I want a little more. There was 11% opportunity. SPY worked in our favor. Beautiful extraction. Walmart as well, and now we're in IW. Now we're in IWM. This one just kind of, this one got away. That retest right there was nice. IW's inside. I want this inside candle to get sorted out. It still has about 2 minutes left, so let's see if I can wait this entire inside candle out. 2 minutes left. We're above PMH. SPY is starting to get faded there slightly. Some profit taking. Getting very close to that ATH. SPY is not rejection zone, so it's very hard for me to take highs into higher highs as we approach that territory. Got to get those pullback bounces in that ATH territory, so we officially broke out of this. So we came back, we rejected there, we rejected here. We rejected here. Okay, we broke out of this channel. Okay, zoom out, when in doubt. And now we're in that rejection zone. Okay, let's see if IW can join that party. All right, rotation to small caps. Let's take a look at the, so this is IW. So IW, okay, I want that 277.23 to hold. Push into that 270, 277.85. And eventually the highs of the day. highs of prior day high, that 278. All right, the biggest obstacle here is we saw what happened last time at that weekly upside breaker. We got into it. We had massive rejection. We came into it that way. Well, now I don't want that same thing to take place. I have to respect it, so I know where my stop is. Okay, so my stop is right here. Okay, because this might be the one where we get that break above it. If we in the event that we don't, we do this. There's a replay of this. Then we get stopped out. We're not there for the whole thing. Okay. In the event that it does break and go, we'll be there. Okay, that is the risk reward. Come on, IW. IW's, we did see draw down upwards of about 12 to 13%, 15%. Down about 7. These contracts are very small account friendly. Let's see if IW decides to go. First obstacle is going to be that 277.64, 65 territory. Okay, let's see if IW can continue to push. Go, go, go. There we go, IW. Need that decisive hold above that weekly upside breaker. Decisive hold. All right. The last thing we want to see is rejection off of this level. All right, no bearish candles there. If we get a bullish candle there, that'd be encouraging. We have a good path into 277.85. SPY is about to make all-time highs. Neck and neck between the Qs and SPY. The Qs all-time high is 656.78. SPY all-time high 712.38. Look at the nature of today's all-time high. Slow grind higher. All right, they made it as difficult as possible. All right. Let's see what you got, IW. So do we make all-time highs in the next 4 minutes? Put in the chat, yes or no. All-time highs in the next 4 minutes. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Like. Let's see if IW can start to go here. How's Tesla's IV? Jose, any issues? Tesla. Usually after earnings, IV can be a little pricey. Let's go IW. Yeah, weekly upside breaker giving us some issues. Okay, we're still above that 9 on the 5. All right, so I'll be there for it. I'll give it some time to make a decision. What is encouraging for me is that 5-minute engulfing candle. So I know there's a lot of buyers there. So unless those buyers get overthrown, more than likely we can see them come back in off of the lows. All right, so I would say that final line in the sand on IW would be that PMH from a structural standpoint. Okay. Yeah, Amazon starting to pull back slightly after that nice run up. Apple, nothing much today. Google is starting to go. Remember, Google off that daily upside breaker and VWAP. Google is gone. Google's starting to go. AMD continues to push. ATH. We do have Dell potentially brewing. Only issue is it's at all time. It's going to be that the high it's going to make is going to be an all-time high. All right, so that's the only challenge there. So a new 5-minute candle here on IWM. Okay. So when the IWM calls here, so this 5-minute candle, let's see if that continues to push. We'll go over to IW real quick. So my entry is near this territory here, in this area, for the 278 calls. Risk is close on the 5 below here. Maybe upwards of 20 to 25%. Since the contracts are cheap, those percentages are easy to get there. Okay. So that's what I'm currently babysitting. The Q's on the verge of ATH. SPY. Let's see if SPY can continue to push. SPY's ATH 212.39. The slow grind is in my opinion, is the killer, right? It just puts you to sleep. Puts you to sleep. Okay. Let's see if buyers pick this thing back up. All right, so in the case of IW, I'm looking to take it all the way up here for that initial scale out and then beyond. All right, giving this a little room to breathe. SPY is looking to come back that 9 EMA on the 5, so are the Qs. VIX starting to wake up. IW slightly pulling back here. Again, what's encouraging, okay, is this. I know there's some buyers here. So unless those buyers get overthrown, I got to see how it plays out. That buy block is right there. So we can get a bounce off that 9 on SPY. Bounce off that 9 on the Qs. PMH and the 9 on the Qs. That would help IW's case. Right? But IW overall kind of does its own thing as well. Right, because the IW is not composed of the same names the Qs and SPY is composed of. It's not composed of the same names. Yeah, let's see if IW can start to go here. Nice bounce on the Qs off PMH in that 9. Close to 9. Nice bounce off the 9 on SPY. Okay. All right. This is what we're looking for. That structural break. Now can we get some momentum? SPY is fueling up. It's going to be neck and neck, guys. Neck and neck between the Qs and SPY to make all-time highs. The Qs and SPY to make all-time highs, neck and neck. Who makes all-time highs first? SPY or the Qs? SPY or the Qs? Who makes all-time highs? Still an IW here, all right? Did sit through a little bit of drawdown upwards of 15 to 17%. That's okay. Signed up for it. Okay, so IW, see if we can continue to push. The appreciation is much slower than the decline. All right. It's like the contracts have to catch up to the underlying. Qs made all-time highs. Qs made all-time highs first. Let's go to SPY here. All right, I'll be paying attention to IW on a side screen. All right, side screen on Striker chart. I want to get this on tape. History in the making, guys. All-time highs coming up on SPY. Back-to-back all-time highs on the Qs. And you don't take that 9 EMA bounce on SPY. If you did, tremendous. Trend line support right there as well. Key level right there. One of the pivots, the target pivot, the TP pivots there. So all those things aligning. I want to close on IW above that weekly upside breaker. IW contracts are moving so slow. So close to break even, down about 7% now. Did see a little bit of green, but need that ascension above that weekly upside breaker. So I need to close above this level, lost trackers. You see how it's not moving as cleanly, even though it's green? It's getting hit with some serious time decay. and IW. My stop on IW is down here. Get it close below here, then I'll close out. See if you can hold in the jaws of that buy block. Beautiful job, Jake. It's midday. We're officially in third shift, guys. We did sweep first, second shift highs. Nice little sneaky sweep. If you're done for the day, let us know. See if IW, this last trade of the day. The lottos for the day on IW, let's see if they can go. Currently down here on IW. IWM, that is. Close below that 277.30 on the 5. I'll get stopped out. SPY, that bounce off this level on SPY was gorgeous. I guess the time I decided to take IW, doesn't want to participate. All right, still in play. We're still in the position. Hasn't been fully invalidated yet from a structural standpoint. On the verge, getting close. Dell, new all-time highs. AMD on the verge of making all-time highs. Broadcom, new all-time highs. Apple, messy today. Nvidia hugging VWAP. Amazon already ran up, starting to pull back slightly. Meta already ran up, starting to pull back slightly. Did we finally start to crack this path? Remember this path? Just look at that ascension, steep ascension. So the Q's already made all-time highs, guys. Q's made all-time highs, so that's 2 days in a row on the Q's for all-time highs. Two days in a row on the Q's. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. 7:15 today, possibly, on SPY, but it needs to cross over a couple of levels before then. 7:12.82, 7:13.68, and then 7:15. Yeah, that 7:15 will be a tall task. Probably need a catalyst to get us up there. Probably need a catalyst to get us all the way up there. And you don't take IW? Yeah, it looks like it's DOA. Did see a little bit of green on IW, but that weekly upside breaker has been a challenge. Right, on the verge again, stopped here in IW. We get that close right there on the 5. Everything's starting to push lower. VIX is starting to pick up. Okay, we get that close below it. We get that alert. Get that alert, then the close, and then I'll close it out here. So no movement on today's lotto. Okay. Okay, I'm out of there. So stopped out on IW. Gave it a shot. Stopped out. No movement there. You can make the argument, hey, it's a lotto. You can widen the stop to PMH. Very true, but I want this to hold here because IW, I was hoping for us to get above that weekly upside breaker. I know that our interaction with it went negative, so just giving it this runway, just giving this leeway here. All right, as everything's making those pushes, can it break above it while it stays above here? Okay, so stopped out there on IW as everything continues to push lower. Let's check on SoFi. So SoFi, end of the day, guys, if SoFi goes hammer very close to the end of the day, those SoFi swings do look appealing, right? Those SoFi swings do look appealing, but if you're waiting for full confirmation, right, then that didn't break yet, because I like that hammer off that 50, right? Trend line support. And then if it can go hammer late day, like a strong hammer late day, starts to rally, tomorrow break above those highs will be the support entry on the compression break. And then if you're looking to take the break on its own, you wait for this break into the 20 there. All right, so SoFi does still look interesting, but a different type of entry model. I'll apply there, and I'll pay attention to it near the close. If you're still in IW, say your stop is PMH, you are sitting through a little bit of drawdown, but it's starting to show some signs of life. But just keep in mind, it's back is against the wall. Theta is starting to kick in. All right, so manage accordingly. So manage accordingly. Okay. We are 12 subs away, guys. 12 subs away from 4,900. Okay, let's try to see if we can get there today. 4,900 subs. That's a big, big number for us. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Our one trade on SPY worked in our favor. 2 stop outs. One on IW, one on NVIDIA. And on Walmart. So Walmart and SPY worked in our favor. Stopped out on IW. It stopped out on NVIDIA. So no break in IW. So let's get back to SPY. Let's get back to SPY. Yeah, IW very, very slow. You guys see how slow it is? It's midday too, right? So I just didn't want to put up with holding it. So I gave it that tight window. If you can do it within that window, good. If it can't, then got to get out of there. Uh, 150 likes, guys. 150 likes will do the giveaway. We're in a giveaway drought. Giveaway drought past few days. All right, so we got close. Yesterday we got it to 135. Before that we got into 140. So let's snap that streak. Let's get the likes up and we'll do the giveaway. At 12 o'clock, we'll go over how to join our community. If I do see any opportunities late day, I'll bring it to your attention, strikers. If not, we'll be done here. That IWM was the last was the lotto of the day. Unfortunately, stopped out. Okay. SPY, again, the more it gets into this territory, watch out for the head and shoulder in this area. Because now it's in that rejection zone. All right, so when prices like this, there's a couple of things we can do to adjust. All right, so now we've seen, okay, price is very laggy, very it's moving at a snail's pace, to say the least. It's moving, but it's moving at a snail's pace. So it's making the moves. When it's not making the moves, it's very choppy. When it's making the moves, it's moving at a snail's pace. Right? But when it's making the moves, what's taking place? Time. Time is passing. Okay, Apple, that breakdown on Apple is looking appealing. Time is passing. As time passes, nice rejection there off those highs. As time passes here on SPY, how can we mitigate that? A passage of time at a snail's pace. We have to go further dated contracts. Okay? 1 DTE. So, okay. 2 DTE, that territory. Because you can be right, but you'll be wrong because those contracts are losing value quickly as price goes lower, as price goes very slow. Okay, we're finally breaking that territory, that rejection zone, holding up. If Apple closes below these lows, I might have to take one more trade. That will be a lotto though. All right, this week a little high on the we're on the high end of the trades. And I like to stay between 3 to 5. And it makes a move like this, okay, and then it just stalls. That's the frustrating part. VIX has room between 19 and 1950. Yeah, IWM just completely fell off a cliff. All right, we'll give it until 12 o'clock and then we'll look to wrap it up. So tomorrow is Friday, guys. Tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow is Ramp Down Friday. So make sure to join us for tomorrow's stream. Close out the week as strong as possible. Make the proper adjustments going to next week. And next week the last week of the month. Let me see. Next week is indeed. Yeah, next week is the last week of the month. So we have a new monthly candle coming out on Friday. Okay, so kind of throws things off. But next week, that's it. The first month of the quarter is in the books. That retrace reject off this key zone. Everyone wants to make a gravitation back towards that 610. We know 610 has been a magnet. 710 has been a magnet. Needs to hold below the zone. Okay, this is the runway. It's basically from here to here. That's the window of opportunity. That's the window of opportunity. EMAs are crisscrossing. Waves have flipped. We can't get that flag. Nice little compression break under those EMAs. Okay. And that does look very appealing. I'm looking at the 7-11s on SPY puts. See if I continue to push lower. My risk will be that daily upside breaker, 7-11.40. Okay, I want us, this 5-minute candle is still early, so I want it to continue to push lower. 15-minute candle looks nice and strong to the downside. Hold below 7-11.13. Hold right there. I want it to hold below right here. That's the risk. That daily upside breaker into VWAP. Okay, see if we can get that nice little continue to break. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the puts on SPY, second trade on SPY. A little late to the party. All right. Entry's a little down there, but my risk is going to be that dead upside breaker. All right, so my risk is going to be no reclaim of these highs up here. Let's see if we can get that to work. That 15 has a lot of selling left on it. We have a little room to that VWAP. Only if issue is if buyers try to take this off of that PML. Okay, go. Okay, up 6. Okay, TP where you need to, guys. Watch out for that double bottom. Up 8. Knock out these lows. We'll be in business. Feel free to scale anytime. Okay, so if those lows break, we're headed to VWAP. If those lows hold up, we go double bottom and retrace back to 7-11-13. So in this case, I want us to continue to drop and that selling to continue on the 5. Okay, up 8. Go. Get that continue push lower. Buyers are trying to pick it up there. They're trying to pick it up, so they need to get outnumbered. So I'm going to use that PMH as my risk. Okay, move my risk a little lower, see if we can get that. So 8-9% flash, go get that nice little drop, dip into double digits, that'd be great. All right, struggling here. Struggling there. We need that nice flush candle under candle movement. 15-minute candle. All right, nice and bearish. We have 6 minutes left. So it's going to come down to here. If we can get that clean break, guys, we'll start to flush. If we start to see buyers step back in, that can lead us to potentially drive price back to that PMH. All right, so I want to see if we can get that clean break below those lows and continue to sell. Look at that buyer stepping in. VIX continues to push. Qs continue to dump. Buyers are trying to pick this thing back up. Very erratic action. Very erratic action here. Go. Move my NC to there. Okay, I want that flush there. I don't want a wick. Okay. Did see 10. But even the way the contracts are moving is just very jittery. Targeting 710.84. There we go. Muscala right there at 16. Thank you very much. Down to runners. Okay. See if I can push lower into VWAP. Who took that? If you took that, dollar signs. All right. Now I'm going to use this EMA as my risk. That took forever. It felt like it took forever. So break even is my stop for those runners into VWAP. We're starting to see buyers stepping in here. So quick 16% scalp. I'll close out right there. Okay. Near break even on those runners. All right. So 16, and then we see buyers step in right before VWAP. All right. On that note, we'll end here. Aggressive comeback with the bulls. Look at that. Now the shenanigans. All right. So good TP. Gave a little room for the runners, and stopped out at a break even as we saw buyers stepping in there. All right. The window was basically here. Get that break below. Extract, see if there's more, and then look at that. Whoosh, buyer just step in. Okay. Okay, that was a beautiful, beautiful extraction. That was a good extraction mission. All right, because now look at that. Okay, quick scalp there. Now look at this, just like that. Let's say, hey, you know what? Let's buy it back up. Q's bouncing off of a key level. All right, didn't even come to VWAP. And on that note, we'll wrap it up here. Okay. So taking profits is going to be a very, very critical. All right, taking profits, right, is going to be very critical, guys. Especially in these conditions. All right, so probably going into the weekend, one thing I'm looking to make sharper, I said it last week as well, is the TPs. Okay. Sharpen up the TPs if this environment continues. Because you don't know which one is going to go, right? Since you don't know which one is going to go, it's better to have, look at that. Now someone goes long, they take them back lower. So you have to be a sniper. Right? Because look, someone goes short off these lows, okay, they get yanked. Someone goes long above here, they get yanked. Okay, so this is it takes an advanced level of navigation and scalping to maneuver. Okay, this is very, very difficult conditions, to say the least. All right. So on that note, second trade on SPY today. Yesterday we took no trades. First one worked in our favor nicely. The calls, puts worked in our favor nicely as well. Just the runners couldn't go today. Other trades were on Nvidia. Nvidia left a little profit on the table, but that's okay. I was looking for that bigger appreciation. IWM, Lotto for the day, stopped out, and Walmart worked out beautifully. All right, so go back, go review the episode. There's a ton of stuff from today. A couple of setups did get away from us. $6.00, you're still holding Walmart? Okay, Walmart, fine. Okay, Walmart went. So it sets up again, but this time even better. Shockwave on Walmart once again. Shockwave on Walmart once again, we can see. Look at that. If you use it on the 5, you can see it better. All right, so Shockwave applies to all the time frames. Beautiful job, 6-0. All right, again, if there's going to be an opportunity, guys, we're going to be in position to be there. All right, so a lot of things to clean up this weekend. We're going to adjust, make the adjustments to, and don't only make the improvements when things are not going well. You always want to make the improvements. You want to make the adjustments and be proactive. All right, you want to stay on top of your game. So look at this bull trap. They trap the bulls. They want to drag them lower. Absolutely, guys. Make sure to respect your account. Respect yourself as a trader. Respect the rules. Beautiful job, 6-0. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else? On YouTube, we'll look to wrap it up here in about 15 to 20 minutes. If you guys have any questions, let us know. Let me know. As always, it's a privilege, it's an honor to trade alongside you guys on YouTube. If you're interested in joining our community and taking advantage of all the resources, let's go over all the ways to do so. Go to our site, smartactiontraining.com, smartactiontraining.com. Okay, if you want to join our community or our Discord, we go live every single day at 9 a.m. with a pre-market prep stream, delay-free, ad-free stream as well, into the close on most days. We have the full access to the Discord. We get the game plan every single morning. You get my levels. You get the zones, you get the high win rate trade ideas, you get real-time options flow data, AI-based trade ideas and alerts, options beginner course, 2,500 plus hours of training video, my ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, and a ton of other things, guys, all brought to you for $69 a month. If you use the code April, you save 15% on your first month. And for the month of May, there's gonna be 15 openings. All right, so less and less openings. Because we got a good group of traders with us now. And if you're interested in joining our group, right, make sure to do so and take advantage of the availabilities. For the strikers who want to upgrade to yearly, I did post a link in the chat. If you want to upgrade to yearly, you can do so. For everyone on YouTube, if you want to join the yearly, $46 a month, bootcamp, bonus coaching call, everything included. All right, that's one payment of $552. One payment of $552. And the big thing is, of course, Shockwave. That's what's been really providing some clarity. All right, in these conditions, is this Shockwave Pro indicator. It's designed to give traders a structured plan, clear levels, and built-in risk guidance. And you can see, guys, a lot of the trades today were powered by Shockwave. Right, so make sure to get your indicator. The early bird window is closing. It's going to be off the early bird special in about next week. Next 8 days, all right? So after that, $826 one-time payment. All right, again, so make sure to take advantage. Early birds who are interested in Shockwave, one-time payment, lifetime access. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I often call it the golden goose. All right, for the ones who are using Shockwave, continue to understand how to use it, continue to master it. It takes some practice. It takes some getting used to, so make sure to continue to refine your process around it and make the proper modifications in the settings. Speaking of Shockwave, guys, I will be hosting the webinar, and if you want to get Shockwave, that is on our site as well. So the Shockwave webinar is this Saturday. I'm going to break down Shockwave, how it works. I have a short presentation. We're going to do some back testing. We're going to take some Q&As for the ones who are interested, so make sure to attend that webinar. Strikers, you can attend as well. That is available to everyone who signed up for the webinar previously. You'll get a courtesy email. So make sure to attend. This is the webinar, April 25th, 11 a.m. Eastern. Okay, so if you can't attend, there is a video on our channel that breaks down what Shockwave is. I'm going to leave that video up for a few days, and I'm going to take it down. Okay? So make sure to do so. Yeah, shockwave can be used for anything that has price action, volume, and some volatility, right, during that time window. So if you say, if you use Forex, if you use say for example, if you trade Forex, because the concept is the same, it's going to give you that range, and you're going to use it at the same time. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link to sign up, guys. There's a few spots left. We'll take some questions. We'll highlight some members. Use the code April for those of you who want to join. And once you're in, you're locked in. You're locked in for lifetime of your membership. Okay, the longer we do this, the more the price is going to go up. Okay. It's going to keep going up. Okay, link. Who's done for the day, guys? There's a link below, guys. Who's done for the day? That's the link to sign up for the Discord. Use the code April. You signed up through WAP for a Shockwave or for the community? The community, everything is automated through WAP. So once you get into WAP, once you do sign up, I'll show you. Everything is handled through WAP. Everything is automated through WAP. All right, so once you do sign up, it's going to lead you to this page, and you have to claim your access. I know not everyone's familiar with using WAP and using Discord, so I'll show you. What that looks like. Okay, you're going to be sent to a page that looks like this on WAP once you sign up. Okay, and you want to go through the home tab. You want to go to Strikers Apex Discord, and then it's going to send you right to the Discord. And then you can join through there. If you don't have a Discord account, all it takes is an email to create it. And once you do get into the Discord, this is what it looks like. All right, you have the welcome. Of course, go through the welcome, risk disclosure. Okay, community rules, overall, treat others the way you want to be treated. Respect is paramount. Day trading course. All right, go through that. A lot of you are going through the course and you're finding it very valuable. So kudos to you guys. I know it's a long course. It takes some time to get through. But hopefully you're going through it, you're taking your time, and you're digesting the information from the course. It's very, very jam-packed course. Everything you need to get started day trading. After that, of course, you have the Discord navigation video. If you need a support ticket there, a member introduction, drop an intro, read some of the intros of our members, testimonial, all right, some testimonials from trips and traders that have been in our community for some time. If you haven't dropped a testimonial yet, please do so. After a month, after a couple of months, try to strike a commitment. We have the announcements tab here. We have breaking news feed. This breaking news feed is 24/7. All right, so instead of you scouring all these different sites, going through articles, all the big news comes to you, event calendar, and we have our daily game plan. So the daily game plan for today was here. Okay, that the rejection zone, 711.65, 712.85. That last sellout that we did see is when price got into this territory. Okay, I give you the exact levels, so there's no surprise. There's no surprise. The levels are there, the zones are there. And right after that, we have the market recap. We recap all the action, and then we go through this in the pre-market prep as well. Okay, live trading posted here every single morning. Our community tab here. Walmart running up, done for the day. Just waiting for SoFi, 100%. I'm looking for SoFi as well. Okay, so you can see all of our traders, some great traders. All right, the main thing is everyone's sticking to their plan. You're not going to see someone just going off the rails, because that's what we're there to help one another do. All right, to show up and put your best foot forward. That retrace reject was more beautiful than this, but trust the zone, trust the EMAs. To the downside, we're at VWAP. Okay, so any questions, guys? Let me know. If you're having a hard time after you signed up joining, CRCR, if you signed up already, send me a DM and WAP if you're having issues. Okay, send me a DM and WAP if you're having any issues. All right. So this was just a bull trap. They get the bulls excited. They push it up and yank, push it back lower. EMAs, key zone, set the tone. EMAs and key zone set the tone for the bears to continue to push it lower. So now on SPY, we're back at VWAP. So we're back at VWAP like we never left. We're back at that. We're back at the opening range there. But again, it's past 12 o'clock. Okay, so SPY is sitting right at VWAP. EMA is curling to the downside. Went from strong bull edge, okay, to slight bull edge, barely holding on, moderate confidence, score 4 out of 8. All right, so that's what we got. That's what we got so far. I think the big move was here, guys. The big move was just waiting for price to come into that rejection zone. Waiting for price to come into our rejection zone. That 15-minute breaker puts below 711.50. If we go to the 5, any kind of, what I was really looking for here, if you guys recall, we said look for a head and shoulder here this morning. All right, almost got a head and shoulder, somewhat of a head and shoulder there. Okay. And that's where we are now. That's where we are now. Bars coming in off that VWAP. Bar stepping off that VWAP. Let's see how many likes we got, guys. We're a little light on the likes past couple of days. I know I did crank up the threshold. I raised the bar, but it's doable. Okay, it is doable, and there is an incentive to like the video. Of course, the content speaks for itself. On top of that, you're in line for a giveaway. Okay. One way we can maneuver out of here is inverse head and shoulder. So left head, right somewhere else, neckline descending, fueling off of this key level in VWAP, targeting that PMH 711.19. Okay. Where are we on the likes? Where are we? 103. Okay, 12:30. Hard stop at 12:30, guys. Okay, hard stop at 12:30. And that last trade on SPY, I'll be done. Okay, so 5 hit the max. And this is probably the conditions moving forward, guys. As long as we're this close to all-time highs, this is low ATR, low IV, VIX below 20, 50, 21, This is what we can expect. This type of action. Okay, until proven otherwise, you have to adjust, okay, your game to this type of environment. Okay, you have to adjust your game to this type of environment. So very important to make those adjustments. Because if you don't, you're going to have to make the adjustments eventually, but you're going to have to make those adjustments after blowing an account. Okay, so we're 10 subs away from 4,900. 10 subs away, 5K subs is the goal. By the end of the month, we're almost there. Okay, we're almost there. Who's also done for the day? Anyone else done for the day? Walmart? Yeah, Walmart is a big sleeper. All right, don't sleep on Walmart. Walmart, when it starts to move, it moves. That Netflix breakdown was gorgeous. Netflix breakdown was gorgeous. Speaking of tomorrow, what do we have on the calendar? What do we have on the docket here? Okay, tomorrow we have consumer sentiment. That's it. And then next week we have FOMC. On top of that, we have harder earnings. Boom. FOMC on Wednesday. And we have Amazon, Meta, SoFi, Alphabet, Qualcomm, Microsoft all reporting. So if you are taking those SoFi swings, all right, you have to take into consideration SoFi's earnings. It could go either way. Okay, so we have to take that into consideration, unless it comes into play. If it hit target before, let's say by the end of this week, or tomorrow's Friday anyways, let's say in the beginning of the next week, more than likely the contracts I was looking at was the May 15th. Okay, so expiring all the way here. All right, so next week, Wednesday is going to be the busiest day. We have a decision to be made. I believe this is Powell's last meeting or second to last meeting. All right, and we have a new Fed chair scheduled to come in soon. Okay. Book 20%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It will cook the consumer confidence. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be critical numbers. All right, so it looks like we're gravitating back towards the infamous 710. So get familiar with that 710, right? Get familiar with that 710. That's going to be a critical level. We've been gravitating towards that level the past few days and unable to create that sustained separation. So how do I define sustained separation? It means we come to that level and we separate from it, and we don't see that level at least for multiple days in either direction. But if we're revisiting a certain level over and over and over again, right, what that means is there's a lot of traps. They're trapping buyers and sellers at the very edge and driving price back to the midpoint, to the mean. Okay? So very important to understand that. Yeah, SPY's new home recently is at 710. 100%. 100%. Okay. Absolutely, you too. Have a blessed day. Fishman. Yeah, Jimmy, we have a lot of people in the chat that have tons of experience, guys. All right, so we're cultivating a very awesome community, both on YouTube, both in the Discord. Yes, every day. For those of you who are new, first-time viewers, guys, we are live every single day at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. We're live. Okay, so we're just trying to ride in those EMAs to the downside. Looking like we're going to get that 710 possibly. First level of contention, 710.42. And below that is 710. So slow grind lower. Okay, grind higher. And now grind lower. So the same way we drew this trend line support, the same way we're going to draw this trend line resistance. Okay. That's the way we're going. So no higher highs. So climb up, get back down. Nvidia's next retest. Nvidia's actually setting up nicely. If we can retest that 201.20. 201.20. So for a retrace, reject below those lows. See if we can pursue that 290. More than likely, we need everything to start dumping. So we need the Qs to head towards VWAP, not get back above 655.33. If the Qs get above 655.33, we get a hammer candle on the 15 on Nvidia. We can see a 2 down 2 up reversal. If the Qs continue to push away from 655.33 and start to work their way towards that VWAP and break below VWAP on the Qs, or right below VWAP on SPY, then we can start to see Nvidia fall off a cliff here. We can see Nvidia fall off a cliff. Stick with it. The real fealty, Rich. I just saw your message. Stick with it. I know it can be frustrating. The conditions have not been ideal, but it's very easy to revert back to some bad behaviors to try to get out of a certain circumstance. All right, just stick with it. Take your time. So if it's a losing streak, if it's just your entries are not as clean, just size down. See if you can build your confidence back up. And it's a game of momentum. Sometimes it's just momentum. Like if you can string together a few wins and get momentum on your side, right, then things start to really work in your favor, and things are clicking once again. Same thing is true with bad losses, right? If you're taking those losses over and over and over and over again, right, you can have negative momentum. It's like a snowball rolling downhill. So the best thing to do is stop. Right? If you feel like you're a snowball rolling downhill and you're caught in this negative momentum streak, just to break that momentum, just stop. Just for a day, 2 days, whatever it is, don't take any trades. right? It's just you have to address and just stop the bleeding. And then from there, now that you have a couple of days of a break, just start small and just try to get a couple of small wins. A couple of small wins. And then build your confidence back up. All right, because the temptation is when we start rolling downhill, right, is we start taking bigger and bigger risk to recover those big losses. As like maybe you usually take 10 contracts, and then now you're starting to roll downhill. To make up for it, now you jump to 20 contracts, and then now you catch a couple of bad losses, and you never trade 20 before, and those losses get magnified. So the temptation is to try to catch a home run with large contracts to get everything back. Right, but the right thing to do is to stop, to get back to regularly scheduled program. Maybe just take 1 week to just take lotto size, build your confidence back up, do the right thing with those contracts, and then after a week later, just get back to your regular trades. That's what I would say. And there's going to be those mental hurdles as well, mental blocks. I mean, we've been going at it for 77 straight days. Okay, so I know it takes a lot of mental capital, right? But one thing you have to tell yourself, especially if you're trading, if you're taking this on, you have to remind yourself that you are built for this. So whatever comes with it, you can withstand. Are there going to be some rough patches? Absolutely. Right? That's a thing I always tell myself if I'm going through something difficult, even outside of trading, is you got to be built different. Right? You're built different. You can withstand whatever gets thrown at you. All right? The areas where people tend to give up, that's typically what you want to feel. And that's a sign that you have to push forward. Right? And those things happen, guys. So those mental breaks sometimes are needed. Okay? It's not easy to trade. Last year we've been trading every day since April into the end of the year. Okay, so you have to have some kind of mechanism, some kind of system to offload the burden, to offload the pressure, to offload the weight. So when you come back, you're as rejuvenated as you can be. And over time, it becomes monotonous. It becomes the same thing. It becomes repetitive. All right. So those are some things that you have to deal with in the long term. But I would say if this is what you want to sign up for, if this is what you want to do, right, that mental fortification is needed. Right, that mental fortification is needed, but at the same time, it just can't be mental fortification for no reason and push through with recklessness. It's, hey, I have to know when to stop. I have to know when to go. I have to know when to. Taking a couple of days off does not mean giving up. All right, taking a break does not mean giving up. Oftentimes we think taking a break means giving up. It's not. It doesn't equate to giving up. Giving up means you're packing your bags and you're not touching it again. It's not that's something completely different. Right? Taking a break does not necessarily mean you're not mentally fortified. Okay, it just means, hey, you know what? You just need to rejuvenate. Right? Because you're playing the long game. And it does take that mental stamina. Showing up every day, putting your best foot forward, is going to take something out of you. And just like anything else, if you want something, it's going to take something. There's no such thing as getting something without any exchange. All right, that's how the universe is set up. There has to be some kind of sacrifice that's made, whether it's time, whether it's resources. Right? So it's either time, resources, which is basically your time as a resource, but it just comes with either time or money. And sometimes in trading, you have to sacrifice both. You have to sacrifice both time and both money to learn. Right? So those mental breaks, especially in summer months, are needed. I know that I trade every day, all day, and if that's not your style. You don't have to try to fit your style within the box of my style. Right? If you like to trade two times a week, right? Whatever works for you. I say if you have a busy schedule, right? Say you work full time, and the only time, say you work remote, all right, and the only times you can trade is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, or Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the rest of the days you're at work. All right, so you don't have to carry the load on thinking about trading on the days you're at work. Just take those 2 days, make the most of those 2 days. Okay, so very important. Right, so it's going to take something. It's going to take something. And if it's worth it, you have to be willing to give everything. If it's worth it, you have to be willing to give everything to get that something. So to me, okay, trading makes the most amount of sense. So I'm willing to give everything. My time, my effort, and now, of course, we're building the community. So guess what? I'm willing to give everything to the community. Right? We can just easily say, hey, you know what? This is the levels. Carry on. But that's not gonna give the community anything different. Okay? We have to be in the trenches together. Right? Rather than just me saying, hey, you know what? The level I called 3 days ago, it went parabolic, and let me make 5 videos about that level. Right? That's not the game that I'm playing or we're playing. We're playing the game of making this the norm. Catching those trades 40, 50, 60%, 20%, making it the norm. It's not something out of the ordinary. Right? And when you do get those big wins, you don't have to scream from a mountaintop. Just make it normal. Sometimes when you get those losses, try to make it as normal as possible. It's just another day at the office. Right? Another day at the office, had some fun, and you come back the next day. Okay? Because we know the climate. The climate is, for instance, the Apple trade yesterday. So many of our traders caught that trade, right? But it does no good to scream from a mountaintop to say, hey, you know what? This is the level that we called. This is the level we call. Now you make 5, 6 videos talking about this one trade. You have 10 Instagram posts talking about this one trade. You have a whole Twitter thread talking about this one trade. That one trade is gone. That's old news. If you're a real trader, the opportunity from yesterday, that's expired. That's done. You're looking for your the next opportunity. You're looking for your next kill. That's what being a pro is all about. Right? In any realm. If Steph Curry hits 10 threes in one game, 12 threes, if he makes a record, guess what? The next game, he's not worried about the 10 threes he made. He's looking to do the same thing or just trying to put on his best performance. Okay, so very, very important, guys. So again, take those breaks if you need, if need be. And sometimes it can be the best thing you do. It can be the best thing you do. Apple said, nope, I missed that one. Absolutely, the filthy rich. And that's the essence of community. Because when you're winning, when you're losing, right, people who have no interest in trading are not going to understand the things you're going through. Okay, so in the real world, you either look like a gambler or you sound delusional. Right? That's what people see day trading as. You either seem like you're in a great area of gambling, or you're just delusional. So you have no one to bounce your thoughts off of. You have no one to exchange ideas or just to carry a little bit of your burden or talk to, because it's not going to make sense. Right? And I said this a while back, and it's not supposed to make sense. It only has to make sense to you. It doesn't have to make sense to anyone else. You don't have to convince anyone. You don't have to make it. It doesn't have to make sense to anyone else. It just has to make sense to you. And if it makes enough sense to you, eventually, right, it will make sense to other people. If you tell someone, hey, you know what? Yeah, I just lost $10,000 today. They're gonna think you're out of your mind. Same thing. Hey, I just made $10,000 today. They're not. Their brain can't compute because they don't have that trader mindset. They don't understand the nuance of the game. All right, so you're just left with carrying everything on your own. All right, you're left with carrying everything on your own. You have to deal with your losses. You have to deal with your wins. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So you have your losses, your wins, right? Just imagine if you're in a situation where your spouse doesn't completely understand what you're doing. And that is a lot of the times the case, right? For a lot of people, on either end, whether you're the wife or the husband, right? If they don't really understand, it's very hard to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I just lost $3,000 in 15 minutes. It's not gonna it's not gonna compute. Right? So, or the other way. So we have to put these things around our trading to ensure that, hey, you know what, this is a profession. Right? Although it's not treated like a profession by 95% of the people, all right, you have to create your own standard. You have to turn it into a profession. You have to try to be as professional as possible. Try to put different frameworks in place. Try to have that level of self-awareness to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I feel a little tilt this week. There's X, Y, Z taking place in my personal, and it's starting to bleed into my trading. Let me stop. All right. So all those little things I will make the big difference. And community, in my opinion, the right type of community, in my opinion, is a key pillar as well. Because you have other people who can listen to what you have to say, that have experienced what you went through, felt what you went through, and you don't sound like you're delusional. And they can probably shed some light on things that help them get to that same place or that same challenge. All right. And then on top of that, if you have someone who supports you, that's a great point you bring up. Now it fuels your why. Now it makes you even sharper on your discipline because there's people that support you. There's people that count on you. Right? The why is very, very important. Whether it's your family, your children, whatever it is. All right? You want to keep that why very, very tight to your chest. And you want to keep that why intertwined with your discipline and your approach. Not from a pressure standpoint, but from a standpoint of being a professional. All right, because it can get overwhelming. You can say, hey, you know what? I want to provide for my family. I'm going to start day trading. I gotta hit these numbers. Right, that's a lot of pressure, and that can go the other way. Right, so all those little things, guys, those are very, very important things to note, important things to think about, important things to have an answer for to yourself. Because at the end of the day, when you're a day trader, all right, you report to yourself and you report to Uncle Sam. That's it. That's it. You don't report to anyone else. You report to yourself. What have you done for me lately? 100%. 100%. Let me take a look at the YouTube chat. Let me get caught up there. Up 30% on Pie. Spy, Puz watching your content. Love the sauce you're constantly throwing. First trade will be watching more videos. Absolutely, guys. My goal is to do this full time one day along with online business, but I'd love to stop the corporate life. Yeah, so you have to have some kind of aspiration, right? So day trading is not easy. If you want it, if you're willing to learn, if you're willing to be a student forever, there's no graduation in day trading. All right, so there's no graduation. There's just you just stay a student. If you have that kind of mindset, you're always learning from yourself, always improving, always staying on top of your game, then you'll be on your way. OPEX tomorrow, yep. That's the third Friday of the month. Now this market gaps up tomorrow. Yeah, the thing is that this depends on how close we're going to open up to all-time highs. I mean, we came so close right here, literally 3 cents away. Q's made all-time highs. Up $12 from Tesla lows. Beautiful job, Jimmy. To break 709. Bookmap, no, I haven't used Bookmap. Not a Bookmap trader. I understand the concept of the Bookmap, but I don't use Bookmap. Your why should keep motivated and purpose driven. Absolutely, everyone has to have to tap in with the why. Right, whatever the why is. There's a great quote. I forgot what that quote was. I saw a clip of it a while back. Someone shared it with me. It was Denzel Washington about consistency and discipline, and those are such a great quote. I wish I can pull it up. SoFi. SoFi, there's a couple of ways to approach SoFi. Let's see if I can find that quote. First things first, SoFi. Take a look at SoFi. Close out some tabs here. So SoFi, if you're looking for the break on SoFi, if you're looking for the channel break, it's not available. All right, channel break meaning, all right, just a bull flag. All right, continuing this. Nice little run up, gets about 50 MA, chops around. If you're looking for the flag, all right, your entry is going to be in this territory here. That's not available. That's not up for grabs yet. So now, what's available is, okay, you know what? This channel's still holding up. If price can hold above, big if, that 50 MA, if you can hold above that 50 MA on the daily, okay, along with trend line support here within that channel, and go hammer, there can be a nice bounce off that 9 on the daily and the 50, go hammer 2 down, 2 up into this territory. So if you're looking to get a support bounce off of a channel into the break, then you're look for a break of these highs tomorrow. If you're looking for this channel, this bull flag to break, not yet. You just set your alert on this channel. All right, so SoFi has a couple of ways to enter SoFi, right? But none of them have come to fruition yet. If you're looking for something intraday, right, you gotta say, you know what? Let me see if I can engage this thing intraday. Okay, that 200 EMA is upon us. Okay, on the hourly. So what does that translate to? Let's grab that 200 EMA zone and flip that to the daily. What does that translate to? That translates to us possibly dipping into this territory. Okay, the reason why I like SoFi, okay, for that expansion push higher, this break of this channel and out, is because I wanted to take that into that weekly candle inside, a weekly candle break. So the weekly candle's inside, I want to go from inside to directional on that break, using that daily time frame setup to play a weekly time frame inside break to the upside, using the trigger for the weekly as the target on the daily, if that makes sense. So in the case SoFi just does its own thing. We go into next week, we stay inside. The weekly sets up. Okay? So SoFi is still on watch. The only way I'll entertain it going into tomorrow is if we get a nice hammer off of that 9, nice hammer on that 9 by the end of the day. Late day, if we get a nice little rally, maybe start shaping up as a hammer. There can be a higher risk entry for the calls going into tomorrow, right? Forecasting that the hammer leads to a potential gap up, or forecasting the hammer leads to some bullish activity the next day. Okay, so SoFi not fully ready yet. Yeah, so that's the quote, right? So the quote is, dreams without goals are just dreams, and ultimately they fuel disappointment. On the journey, on the road to achieving your dreams, you must apply discipline, but more importantly, consistency, because consistency without commitment you'll never start, but without consistency, you will never finish. All right, so very, very compelling quote there. That's what it reminded me of. All right, guys, on that note, yep, you got it right exactly. Lynn, right on the money. The quote master. Quote GBT. These these Alanis are really good. The Alani energy drinks. Okay, almost 1 o'clock, guys. We're going to wrap it up here shortly. Last trade on SPY worked in our favor. Tomorrow, objective is to close out the week as strong as possible. Let me know if that answers your question. RKXY on Google Meets. Yeah, great quote. Yeah, some of the legends, guys, they're getting up there in age. All right, when I was younger, I used to really like Denzel. He still looks good for his age. He's still good, but just those classic movies, the characters he played, and it just goes to show you guys is just no matter who you are. All right, time is inevitable. Absolutely, he's even cooler now. He's even cooler now. So SPY just chopping around, guys, trying to work its way back to that 710. The notorious 710. No, everyone has a freedom. Everyone has a freedom to say what they want in the chat. Freedom of speech. Just be respectful. Freedom of speech is there. Yeah, Tesla just zigzag. Tesla just zigzag. That double top on Tesla was nasty. Beautiful if you're a bear, of course. You're now selling off. So this was Tesla, basically. It dumps, it grinds up higher, it dumps lower, gets bought back up, goes double top off that PMH, and then starts to sell off back that daily open. But that sell-off is very nice. That is a nice sell-off. And the new generation kids, they have no idea about these older, a while back, when my son didn't know who Michael Jordan was, right? This just goes to show you how things are different. Nobody, once your time is done, no one really cares, right? Michael Jordan is a huge thing for maybe 2 or 3 generations of people, right? Especially who are, if you're just alive, you know who the 3 Michaels are, right? Especially that era: Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson. Right, that era, those were the biggest names globally. So when he first saw a picture of Michael Jordan, when he didn't know who he was, he said, I thought it was very ironic. He said, "Who's that bald guy?" Right, to us, right, that's Michael Jordan, the GOAT. To him, he's a who. He didn't see him, of course, in his basketball jersey. He just saw him as a regular person. He said, "Who's that bald guy?" Right. So this new generation, eventually, of course, he knows who that is now because I had to make sure. I had to make sure, and then it just goes to show you. But eventually, everything starts to fade. Everyone has their run, and they start to fade. Even the greats. Can you use the system with a basic trade? Yes, you can. You can use the system with a basic TradingView account. I've tested it. You can even do it with the free. You can even do it with the free TradingView account, but you get an ad from time to time on the left corner. So if you show a picture to kids who Larry Bird is now, they'll have no idea who Larry Bird is. Right, different era. We probably can say the same from the couple of generations ago, right? Who their legends were if they show a picture to us. That's Tesla there. Yeah, so if you want, you can use it with the free tier of TradingView. Only thing is, you have to have there's an ad at that left corner. With the Essential, I'll recommend the Essential. Again, if you're looking to get TradingView, I do have a code. Okay, I do have a code. It's very simple. I save $15 off the plan. You save $15 off the plan. So it's a win-win scenario. It's somewhere in here. If you don't have TradingView, I would highly recommend that you do get TradingView. It's the standard for technical analysis, charting in our industry. Where is the code? It's somewhere. I'll post a code if it's not there. Okay, TradeStation. TradeStation brokerage. And here we go, shenanigans. This thing wants to get back to 710 desperately. All right, it wants to go back home. The one thing that didn't fade is the recorder. Okay. Because my son he got his recorder. All right. My thing is why that didn't fade. I think it's like when you're in 4th or 5th grade. I still remember when I got my recorder. They give you a recorder and you learn the same old songs. They didn't even show my kid how to use the analog clock to write in cursive. Yeah. Cursive was interesting because I never used cursive before. Yeah, TradeStation. Yeah, they also have a good good brokerage account, but TradingView is I believe you can sync up not probably for options, but you can sync up your TradingView trading station to TradingView. Okay, trading view code. Let me go find that real quick. Okay, I'll provide the code and then we'll look to wrap up. Let me find the code here. This is the trading view code. So the free tier on TradingView works just fine. TradingView, if you get Essential, I believe that's $10 a month. Okay, there's a TradingView code. Let me drop that on YouTube as well. So you save 15, I save 15. All right, it's not like I collect these codes. I'll show you. I don't even promote it too much. So this is the offer. Shenanigans. Here, 15. Here we go, 710. I made it to it. Look at this. Look at this. Shenanigans. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Hopefully no one's in calls or anything. If you're in puts, riding the trend, riding the wave, there's a possibility for you to be there. We're back at that daily open below 710. Let me see if there's any news. Okay, Trump will attend a meeting between the ambassador of Lebanon and Israel at the White House. $12:58, drone attack on Iranian Kurdish opposition camp west of Iraq's Erbil. Drone attack Iranian Kurdish opposition camp. That's the latest I got. So this breaking news feed, guys, is coming in clutch. All right, VIX is starting to spike as well. Let's take a look at SPY. Look at this. Rejection zone, all the way to that rejection zone. Back below 710. No horse in the race, no position. We're below view up across the board. Trading view code right here. Now keep in mind, guys, for the strikers, I do want to upgrade to yearly. All right. The link is pinned up top. Okay. And that comes out to about $36 a month. Right, that's the monthly special for the strikers. After that, the yearly goes to $526. And if you are looking to book a coaching call, send me a DM. I'll send you my calendar. A couple of you just sent me a DM yesterday, so I'll make sure to respond with my availability. Okay. Look at this, guys. So far, drone attack. So please be careful, guys. Please be careful in these conditions. This is give back profit hour, low probability conditions. Every major move is fueled by a catalyst. Yeah, 1 p.m. today. That one hit the news feed as well. Yeah, same time. What do you use for your newsfeed trade wins? We got it at the exact same time, 1 o'clock. We're back at that weekly open. So inside week, let's see what our friends at CNBC have to say. Okay, they're not saying much. Okay. Coincidence? Nope. Should oil prices be higher? Okay, the market has not been doing anything and it just drops for $2. Okay. Major news event. Okay. Nothing. So if you're going to take one thing away from these streams over the weeks, over the months, and now if you've been tuning in for some time, you're starting to question more and more things. All right. Question more and more things. Everything's up for question. So it took a nosedive along with SPY. Apple took a nosedive, finally. Financial juice. Yeah, prop firms. Yeah, this is some good move for prop firms. The only issue is it's either grow or blow. What I mean by that is it's very easy to blow your account or really grow your account. PLTR, guys, that was a beautiful retrace reject off that VWAP. So what I do is I use Unusual Whales. I have a subscription to Unusual Whales that automatically gives the news to our Discord, and I have a couple of RRS feeds to some resources that automatically feed into our Discord as well. So that's how we get our news. So it just aggregates everything in one place. Okay, another headline here. Another one. So even this newsfeed itself. Okay, here we got another one. U.S. Defense Department says forces intercepted bordering sanctioned stainless tanker. Okay, Majestic. Everything's selling off, guys. Everything's selling off. Not a peep. Okay. They'll put you to sleep. They'll lull you to sleep. They won't say a peep, and they'll lull you to sleep. VIX is going. VIX is going back at that weekly open. This is a pretty significant sell-off, guys. We are directional to another engulfing candle. So this break off this key zone took forever. But once it broke here, Adios. Now we're below that previous day's downside breaker. This sell-off is accelerating. I'm glad that we stayed a little longer. Okay. In the case, say if I decide to hold those puts just for entertainment purposes, say we just hold those puts, just give you some context. We got those puts at $1. They are currently at 380. They're currently at 380. Okay, dollar and 15. $1 exactly, actually, to 380. Not a peep. How long will it take them to say something? More than likely, we start reversing. So you're going to have trusty sources to navigate this. Because if you're tuning into Fox Business, CNBC News, Bloomberg, whoever you're tuning into, okay, the narrative is they're not going to touch this until they have some clarity. Down goes NVIDIA. Down goes everything. Interestingly enough, we are seeing Exxon back above VWAP. Netflix falling off a cliff per usual. Walmart also falling off a cliff after a parabolic push. And look at that rejection zone, team. So this probably, you don't need the 0 DTE is probably not applicable there. This is probably a 2-3 day DTE. Using this entire range as your risk. And that kind of trading is going to have to come back into the fold, especially in these conditions. All right, playing the major key zones. All right, so this zone, we come into it, we collapse. We fall below 710. The infamous 710, and we're below prior day lows. Interestingly enough, look what happened, guys. The IV just cranked up. The IV just cranked up a notch. The IV was in the teens. The IV was just jacked up 10%. Now it's at 27.28. They're trying to price something in. The option contract, they're trying to price something in. Okay. Nothing. No, not a peep. Where did the sell-off take place, guys? Right here, this candle here. Right at 1 o'clock. Okay, we got the news at 1 o'clock in our Discord. Multiple headlines. Not a peep. So 13 minutes, not a peep. 13 minutes, not a peep. Man, this sell-off continues. We're headed towards PML. Okay. We're going to have to extend coverage to 130, guys. So in the meantime, that gives you some time to get that 150 likes. Threshold, SPY coming, the VIX coming into that 20. I'm going to stand up here for a second. In the meantime, let's take a listen to CNBC.
The mindset has definitely shifted to one of how do we maximize the efficiency of this platform of employees that we have. And whether it's using AI to assist in coding costs or being judicious in the rate at which one is expanding the sales force, or perhaps being a little less willing to issue stock options and perhaps being more focused on buying back stock. All of these are potential efficiency gains at the margin that these software companies are increasingly
100%, Artem. Bulls get fed, bears get fed, pigs get slaughtered. That adage never, always true. So the interesting thing is today, guys, we did do another. Okay, let's just summarize what took place this week. Okay, so let's rewind. We had a bullish day. We had an inside day. Okay, this encapsulates what's been going on. The next day, we break above the inside day's highs with a gap up. Okay, we become directional, and then we get yanked all the way back below those lows. We go 3 down. We go 3 down, bearish engulfing. Okay, so a bullish day. We have an inside day. Okay, inside day, indecisive. The next, and then we yank that lower, and then the next day, we open up inside and we take out those highs. And then today, we take out those highs, and we get yanked to the downside for another bearish engulfing candle. So there is some pressure up there. Okay, and then we're running out of room, and the sell-off continues. Sell-off continues, running out of room. If you are just jumping in, if you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're almost there. 110. I would say the key is just trying to get the likes as early in the morning, right? Anyone riding puts? If you are, you're laughing to the bank. Okay, you are laughing to the bank. If you are not, don't chase. Low ATR, IV's cranking up. Those contracts are losing value exponentially, and the value of those contracts is going up. So that's the worst case scenario for those contracts. I do have a video dropping this weekend, why most traders blow accounts. Okay, that video is a clip from yesterday. So I'm going to get back on a routine and start clipping things out, making them videos. So that video will be available to members only first. So members, you have access to that video first, and that video will be going live on Saturday. Okay? Because there's so many great questions you guys ask, and there's so many clippable moments during each of these episodes. All right, there's at least 5 to 10 clips every episode. Right, and I got to do a better job of getting those clips because those clips, from the questions that you guys ask, can tremendously help a ton of people. So I did clip out that small section from yesterday when we were talking about the account management framework, if you guys recall. Not a peep, guys. Okay, does this seem intentional to anyone, or does this seem fishy to anyone? All right, you come to your own conclusion. This is the biggest financial network. This is where the general public gets their information about financial news. Number one, the market is selling off aggressively. There's headline news impacting the market. And they are almost, to me, it seems like intentionally diverting or buying time until they break the news. All right, so that's just my take, and I've been seeing this take place for a long time. Right, and that's why I just put the trust completely in the charts and the economic catalyst, and that's it. Everything else is secondary or tertiary because they're playing a different game. They can't sound the alarm just yet. They can't. Look at this. Look at this. They can't sound the alarm just yet. More than likely, we'll be breaking news once we catch a nice little bounce. Okay. Do we have any first-time viewers this afternoon? First-time viewers, put a 1 in the chat. If you've been tuning in more than 10 episodes, put a 10. More than 5 episodes, put a 5. And the VIX is pumping. All right, VIX is back above 20. So more than 10 episodes. Inner Joy Vibe. First time, welcome aboard. Caroline J. More than 10 episodes. Muse, more than 10 episodes. 10 plus. Jamila, 250 plus. Artemis, been tuning in for a long, long time. 10 plus. So 100 plus is alumni. Essentially, Baron, sorry. Is this Meme Mania 2.0? %, with 1 DT. Beautiful John Smith. Yeah, once that 710 was given up, nice little slide there. SPX puts for 2010 profit. Beautiful job, guys. Yep, trust your technicals. Okay, trust your technicals. The thing about price, the price is not going to lie to you. It can manipulate you, but it's not going to lie to you. It can trick you. It can be hard to read, but price is the ultimate truth when it comes to the market. $950% 710 SPY calls for today, sold 80%, 20% last. Beautiful job, Jimmy. So you guys are jumping all over this opportunity. 10. That was my one and done for the day. Beautiful job being patient. IWM 84% after only being able to observe all day. Wow. Beautiful job of being patient. And that's worth the wait. Okay, so now we're coming into this bound zone, all right? So we can start to see some exhaustion here as we approach that 705 territory. But you can see right off that 711.65, 712.84, catastrophic collapse. But again, how long did it take? It took some time. It just didn't happen right away. What really took it over the edge was a couple of news catalysts that came in simultaneously at 1 o'clock. So nothing from our trusty friends at CNBC. Nothing. Prior to that, to give you some context, okay? Prior to that, we were trading in a 5-point range. Okay. For how long? 4. Okay, let me get the time. Right. For 35 15-minute candles. And then within 3 1-minute candles, we go beyond that range. So this here is a combination of technical plus catalyst. So there's catalyst is technical plus catalyst. All right, so again, in this area, we can start to see buyers step in. All right, we might be hitting some exhaustion here, so just be careful here. 10 more episodes, 10 episodes, Jen. Let me look it up on the big screen. So our traders, our team caught that as well. Some of our team members caught it. The main thing is don't chase, okay? Don't chase. If you're in, you're in. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Entered at $200 per contract. After screen of calls, went into puts. right? So I would say it's better to do that than to hold your position for major loss. All right, to inverse yourself. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we do have a gap there, Troy. Great eye. We do have a gap right there. That gap is coming in from, let me get you the exact date. That gap is April 17th. We're at G50 of a gap as well. So a gap within a gap within a gap. So by the time we start to get a relief pop, they'll probably start go with the breaking news feed here. All right. So we're bouncing off that 705.97. Okay, where? Here we go. Right off of that buy zone. That bounce zone, I should say. Okay. So that's our rejection zone from this morning. That's the bounce zone from here. So we're starting to see buyers coming off that 705, 706.26 territory. These buy and rejection zones do not change. They are fixed for the day. See if we can reclaim that PML. See if we can reclaim this PML. Small victory for the bulls would be driving the VIX back below 20. Big victory will be driving VIX back below 1958. Yeah, right there. Yep. So don't chase. You don't know what's going to come. More than likely, those bounces take place off those levels. Right. And it can be a dead cat bounce, but a bounce like that, guys. Okay, 25 cents is massive. If your entry is here, a bounce like that can easily shake you out, get you to stop out. Okay, so the best approach would be, if you're looking to trade this, apply the 50-50. So if this thing wants to continue to dump, there's a huge obstacle the bears are tasked with. All right, they need to get past the 705, 706, 706.26 territory. Okay. If they can get back below 705, that's when that continued selling will take place. Because that opens up this runway here to the 701s and 702s, that neighborhood. Okay. We already knocked out these lows. So we rejected off that PML. Some major divergence between the Qs and SPY. Qs back-to-back all-time highs. SPY starts to slide. The longer I stay on, the more tempted I get to put on some trades. Okay, that was a nice push. But we'll be okay. We'll contain myself. Okay. Okay, getting close to 130. We are at 118 likes. See if we can pull it off.
Dow is now down 345 points. The NASDAQ is down 1%. 0.5%, S&P down 0.2%,
take a listen.
down as well. There's a variety of different kind of rumors out there about what may or may not be happening with the Iran war. If there's anything more tangible or concrete, of course, we'll bring that to you. But we saw earlier on as well the price of WTI moving to highs as the latest in the back and forth on the Iran war continues to dominate the market's theme here. Let's turn it over to Dom Chu now for a closer look at the day's biggest movers.
How about, Kelly, I give you 3 movers that are all upside winners here today. Let's start with things off with a couple of earnings-related movers. First up, the best performing stock in the entire S&P. Shares of United Rentals are surging by right now 22% after the industrial rental equipment company reported better than expected results and boosted its full-year profit and revenue outlook. That was driven in large part by continued strength in non-residential construction and
Okay. Let's just shift the focus to names that are strong. Okay, so we are bouncing out that TOG, that top of the gap for April 17th, major level there. We are in that bounce zone, so we're seeing buyers trying to step in. Even though the selling can continue, we can see buyers try to buy this thing back up off those lows. Initially, dead cat bounce is the way, right? So even a dead cat bounce can present an opportunity. So again, if we do that 50-50, there's a good chance that 50-50 lands in the jaws of this key zone between 708.23, 708.79. Let's take a look. But this thing needs to just pause somewhere. Now we're in the jaws of April 17th. April 17th, we're in the jaws of that gap. Sell-off is continuing. So one way for a potential reversal, okay? If you're looking for reversal, you have that 705. All right, you have to look for some kind of reversal pattern and get the ideal environmental conditions. So what is a reversal pattern you can potentially look for? A, you're going to see a low. Maybe sweep that low as well. Get some kind of inverse head and shoulder. B, environmental conditions. VIX gets back below 20. Possibly the Qs get above that PMH. Some sign of reversal there. If you're looking for a 2-candle reversal combination, 2 down, 2 up off a key level. Right? Inverse head and shoulder is a structural reversal. Not necessarily a price action based reversal. So if you're using strat, the strat reversal, 2 down, 2 up, right? Or 2 on 2 back the upside. Okay, those are 2 candlestick combination reversals. They're not structural. No, 50-50 just means after, whenever you see a leg like this, okay, now the retracement, the healthy retracement will be back to the 50% point of that initial leg. Okay, so at that particular time, you can get that push back lower based on bullish activity right there, bearish activity right there. If there's no activity there, then more than likely it starts to make that full recovery. It's simple if I put it in like simplest terms. Okay.
Much more on oil and the builders, as well as an interesting look at the recovery in biotech real estate. It is all in this week's free Property Play newsletter. Go to it, cnbc.com/property play.
And I noted that piece in the Journal the other day that said
Apple fell off a cliff. It took some time. Right? Apple took its sweet time, but eventually did what it needed to do. Okay. Past the shockwave window, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, you extend your window to 16. The reason why I don't encourage that is because, again, I want you guys to not overtrade. All right, so even then, we'll show you a puts there. So look. So the indicator did its job. The primary thing is every break I want to filter out that you don't get trapped in the break. All right, so most traders go short here off that break, stopped out. Short there, stopped out. Don't manage risk, get wiped out. And eventually, okay, comes in past and after hours, past the window, but from a structural standpoint, it comes in, gets that break, never looks back. Okay. After certain times, use it as your own out of your own discretion. Okay, but the optimal hours are during the time that we discussed. Okay, so we're starting to see a nice little bounce. So buyers coming in. Off of where? Okay, off of where? Right off of here. So those big move trades, okay, they're going to take maximum patience. All right? Like you have to wait all the way until 11:30. You have to wait 2 hours. And then you have to wait for this. You have to wait all the way until 1:30. Okay? With those levels, nothing changes, team. Nothing changes. So what time did we send out the levels? Okay. 7:13 a.m. Eastern. Rejection zone, bounce zone, bounce zone. Okay. Okay. After hours and post market, who knows? Anything can happen. Gap ups, gap downs, especially now. Really interested to see the VIX closes above 20. If the VIX closes above 20, look at that, guys. 9 EMA, PML, retrace, reject. That'll be very interesting going to tomorrow. But I love how CNBC just downplayed the entire 1% sell-off. All right, let's just downplay it. Finally back to green. Great job on Mort. Look at that VIX. Okay, when VIX starts to get above that 2050, 20, it starts to come back into relevance. The further we go from those all-time highs on SPY, we start to get back into those regular conditions. The closer we get to all-time highs, VIX below 20, we start to get into that outer space territory where the rules on Earth don't apply in space. Okay. Beautiful 9 EMA rejection on the 5 on SPY. You see that major dump, wait for the 9. Wait for a key level, 706.91. PML. Okay, we are going to see some contention here. So buyers try to buy it back up. They bought it all the way back up at the 707.72 to lead into dead cat bounce. So the ultimate desire for the bears is to crank this thing below 705. Because they already got it below that 50 EMA. They got it below prior day's lows. They got it below the PML as well. So if you're looking to go short, all those pops, you're looking to take into drops. You're looking to fade the buyout. If you're short already, instead of going short off of lower lows. All right, since we're so overextended, you don't want to try to go short right there. Because you don't have, it's a very, very, you're walking on thin ice. Right, as soon as it breaks, at the very lows in a buy zone, right, most cases, you're going to get the buy off of those lows. And then your opportunity to short it would be on that pop. Key level, EMA, come into the waves. And then you short it back lower into that territory. And then you allow it to form that lower low, but you're not looking to go low into lower low. in a value zone. You're looking to let the buyers come in, either go into that previous low, or go into a key level or EMA, and then back to the downside. Right? So that's what the protocol you want to follow, as long as there's no structural shift, as long as there's no higher highs. Because buyers are stepping in off those lows. They're just trying to buy it back up. And it's very easy for you to get stopped out or shaken out. So in this case, you see how they bought it back up and then short back the downside. We're headed towards 705. 705 coming up. 705 coming up. Gap fill is that BOG 704.42. And we have 703.94 as well. We have a couple of gaps we're in the jaws of. No coverage. Look at this. So let's talk about Spirit. Okay. Let's talk about Spirit. Market selling off. Nothing to see here. Crude pumping. Nothing to see here. Just make sure everyone stays calm. All right. $705. Threshold is going to open up. VIX is above that 2050. There's an aggressive sell-off, guys. That things in the Middle East are starting to escalate slightly. Okay. All right. So by default, I am in the conspiracy theory spectrum. I'm on that spectrum. Okay. But this is not a conspiracy theory. This is blatant. All right, everything is falling off a cliff. Crude pumping, SPY dumping, VIX pumping. See if we have any more breaking news. Okay, in our news feed, okay, let's take a look. Meta platforms, eliminate approximately 8,000 employees. That's a lot. Tesla Q1, White House, okay, White House reviewing SEC bid, Trump to greet Israel Lebanon ambassador. Okay. The latest was, so the exact dump took place when this headline came in at 1 o'clock. Okay. Right here. Boom. Okay. Right here. 103. Drone attack on Iranian Kurdish opposition camp. With that, along with Trump will attend meeting between ambassadors Lebanon, but I think it's primarily driven by that drone attack. All right, so if you're in the Discord, you won't miss a beat. Okay, so $500 million Spirit bailout. Okay. Out of all the things we can cover in the market, let's cover Spirit. Now we are down from the peak. We are down 1.2%. That's an 8-point drop. 8-point drop, 1.2% drop. We're below 705. This is the biggest drop we've seen intraday since we made this historic run up. Okay. That's the biggest drop we've seen since we made this historic run up. This is getting close to the drop we saw on Friday, March 27th. We have not had a drop this large since that 13, 15-day run up. We sliced right through 705. We're headed towards 701, 702.77. Okay. I mean, we're literally off the charts. I have to keep resizing my chart on the striker chart. I guess it was a good thing that we stayed a little longer today. And what's the tell? Exxon is out of here. Exxon is about 150. Exxon is about to break that daily upside breaker. Exxon is the tell. Amazon, good night. Microsoft, good night. Nvidia, good night. Apple, good night. Google, good night. Broadcom, good night. Meta, good night. Tesla, good night. AMD, good night. Netflix, good night. Dell, good night. Palantir, good night. ExxonMobil, good morning. That's the only thing waking up. Everything else. So that tells us this is related to the Middle East. Okay, so since 1 o'clock for 45 minutes, we sold off for 1.2%. Okay? Not a peep. Anyone else riding the strikers? What's with Spirit? I mean, who cares about Spirit right now? There's bigger fish to fry. Especially at a time like this. It always just blows my mind. But it doesn't blow my mind because that's the reality of the situation. So it does two things at once. It blows your mind, but it brings things into reality. All right? Media is in a different business. Okay? Their business is shaping narratives and keeping eyeballs glued to the charts, okay, to appease advertisers. They're playing a different game. They're not there to inform. They're there to retain. Retain and sometimes entertain. Okay? Retain and entertain. $75%, $5.95 put. 75 to, wow, beautiful job, DeFilty Rich. What a way to bounce back. What a way to come back, Doctor. Wow. So now more news, guys. Air defense artillery activated. Air defense artillery activated in Tehran. Okay. If something is taking place, guys, very rarely will one of our team members miss it. Okay, we fill the gap. We are bouncing off that daily downside target, 602.64. Not a peep. Now look at this, herky jerky. Herky jerky off that daily downside target. Herky jerky. Right off that level. And what's the lowest level we had for today? So I had this thing going all the way to 700. Okay, so 702.64. This is 702.64 right here. Okay, that's one of the key lows from this morning. So we sliced and diced through that major level. We came into the second the bounce zone. So we initially bounced off of this one, fed into a dead cat bounce. Okay, that buying got absorbed, sliced right through it. We come into the second buy zone. So now this turns into rejection zone until proven otherwise. Beautiful job, 1036, Rich. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 212%. Apple Casino. Yeah, 10%, guys. 10% of Meta staff is gone. 8K people. All right, 8K, 8,000. That's a lot. All right, that's a lot. Now we know what it's due to, right? Efficiency, AI. I mean, Well, it's one way to rebalance your balance sheet, unfortunately. All right. Make everyone's workload heavier and get rid of some staff. So that's the number one way for cost cutting. Okay, pay less people, and the people that you do have, make them work more. And now we have AI in between that. Yo, looks like midday move today, guys. Midday move today. Midday move. Yep, it is a bloodbath 100%. They're trying to rally the bulls off this 702.64. Small victory would be VIX get back below 2106, head towards 20. Let's take a look at the heat map here. This is what we got going on so far. This is our heat map. Our late day check. Mag 7, all red. Tesla, we know why. Nvidia down as well. Have a good one, Fish. 5 mile walk. That's a good walk. Five miles, that's what, about like 15,000 steps? Is that like, that's probably like around 11 to 15,000 steps. Maybe 11 to 13. Could be more. Yeah, 10,000 steps. Yeah, that's a good goal. We're at the path. Is that the path before we initially broke all those highs, Doctor? Yeah, that daily downside target right there as well. It's like have you ever seen the speed walking contest? Right, when they start getting close to the finish line, they're just trying to contain themselves from just full out sprinting. All right, so bulls are trying to rally here. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The candle is literally teleporting. There's all algorithmic action. And they can go anywhere. Look at the time and sale. Look at the time and sale. The reason why I don't have time and sale today on strikers is when I'm trying to split my screen, for some reason I'm having issues with Mac, the Apple. Whenever I click the screen, everything vanishes. I have to figure out, I don't know if it's Stage Manager or what it is. But when I have multiple windows open, if I click one window, the other one just disappears. I don't know what it is. So I have to use the basic setup. So I got to figure that out. Okay. So if you're just joining us, SPY is on the verge of 1.2, or we're sold off for about 8 points from that highs, from that rejection zone. We did get some headline news pertaining to some drone attack in the Middle East and some artillery fire, as well as a couple of other things transpiring. So we did sell off pretty aggressively. We filled a couple of gaps. We pushed it back to the upside. Buyers coming off that 701.95, 702.77. Can they reclaim this thing back to the upside? Can they reclaim this thing back to the upside? Or do they want to retrace, reject off of it? Trend says if you're a trend trader, retrace, reject with weakness. Okay. So quick recapture of 705. Okay, quick recapture of 705. Okay, we'll wrap up about in 5 minutes. So we did extend the stream a little bit. All right. Walmart puts overnight. Let's take a look at WMT. And these moves are happening so fast that the indicators can't even adjust to them. So you're going to see divergence all over the place. Walmart. This is Walmart intraday. Now Walmart does continue to push and ride that 20 on the 4 hour. On the hourly, Walmart showing some strength there. If you are shorting Walmart, maybe it's level based, but maybe you want to get back to those EMAs. I don't see anything to short Walmart on. Maybe if it gets that structural break, if those highs don't hold, slices back lower, starts to pursue the shorter EMAs. Or maybe you're looking to do one of these maneuvers, okay? Let it push up and short it back into this area. Right, but Walmart is strong on the weekly, it's strong on the monthly, it's strong on the daily as well. Lotto, yeah, if it's a lotto, going to tomorrow. Okay, VIX falling back to downside. VIX falling back to 20. VIX falling back to 20. Back under 20. See if we can hold under 20. If we can hold under 20, SPY recapture PML. That can be the race can start kicking off back to VWAP and prior day low. VIX holds 20, retrace, reject off PML. Okay, IBM. All right, 2 minutes away, and we'll look to wrap it up. Bought at the top, that's a good place to buy those puts. SoFi. Okay. Let's take a look at our friend SoFi. Again, as long as the risk is defined, guys. At 1830. Nice bounce off that weekly 50 as well at 200 EMA. So in this case, what you're looking to take is that push into these highs up here. So you have that entry off that support. If you can recapture that 200, that'd be very encouraging. And the more bullish that daily candle becomes, meaning from the standpoint of setting up for tomorrow, the more hammerish it looks, the better it's going to be. And if it turns into a full-out hammer, I will be there for SoFi as well. I'll be there in SoFi. And SoFi, the May 15th contracts, they're currently trading at 69 cents, 20 strike. Okay. So those are the ones I'm looking at. Is it good to buy puts today, hold tomorrow? Could be. It can go either way, right? We don't know what the developments can be. We don't know if it gaps up, gaps down. There's too much. If it's a lotto, you can shoot your shot. But if you're looking to deploy a significant amount of capital, best practice would be just look to deploy that capital in a more controlled environment where you at least can define your risk in real time rather than letting a gap up or a gap down determine what happens with your capital, right? But if it's a lotto, by all means, right? If it makes sense to you, you see the rationale behind that trade, you define that risk, generally we'll be good to go. But I wouldn't deploy too much on anything overnight on SPY. Okay, guys, we'll look to wrap it up here. As always, thank you for tuning in. Let's see if we hit that 100 like threshold. There was ample time. We came a little short. All right, a little short. We are about 20 likes away. We'll probably hit it tomorrow. I believe tomorrow we can hit 200. All right, we had over, of course, 1K people stop by. So that's a very reasonable goal to have. All right, strikers tomorrow. Let's close out the week strong. All right, if you're green up until now, wherever you are up until now, it's a good time to start wrapping it up, start dialing back, and it's not ramping up. Okay, we're getting to the close to the end of the month. Okay, so if you're green, stay clean. We did get that nice little dump to the downside. Some of you waited all day to catch that, so a tremendous job on taking profits. And now this thing wants to go back up. All right, of course, now it's below that 20 on the VIX. Everything's starting to push back higher, just like that. Look how quickly things change. Okay, if you're interested in joining the community, the link is pinned to the chat. Use the code April. Shockwave, that's available. We have about 8 days left until the early bird special wraps up. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Free Trade Friday. Okay, I will make that link available intraday. So the link will not be available in pre-market, but I'll make it available intraday. If you want to get a feel for the striker experience as it pertains to the ad for delay-free stream. Breaking news now. Okay, let's see. Let's see, guys.
From an Israeli publication, N12 News, and they are saying that the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Ghalibaf, has resigned from the negotiating team. We can't independently corroborate that, but this is the report that's getting a lot of attention on the street right now.
Okay, very convenient. All right, so when it starts to bounce, we're going to bring up the situation in the Middle East. Okay, you guys have to put two and two together. All right. Our first week here. Really like your trading. Absolutely, Daniel. For the ones who are just joining, I know a lot of you joined the past handful of weeks. All right, if you have any questions about the resources, access to the Discord, again, you can send me a DM. I'm accessible. I'll get to your question. Give me about 24 hours to respond. For those of you who've been tuning in for some time on YouTube, take the next steps, join our community. For those of you who've been with me for over a week, over a couple of months, that couple of month mark, you can leave a testimonial. If you've been here for more than a week, when you do get a chance, leave some kind of review on WAP. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow on Friday. Ramp down Friday, Free Trade Friday. If you're green, stay clean and just be careful in this area. Anything can take place. We're seeing some developments coming from the Middle East. For this to be declared a victory for the bulls, as long as the bears, I should say, as long as we stay below that 50% retrace the daily, okay, the bears got it. Okay, they're going to squeak by with that victory. If they can really keep it below 708.23, stay below that daily downside breaker by end of day, that means we go 3 down, but we just have a wick off that candle's low. We might get our first inside candle on the week in a long time, so that might be That might be a good thing going to next week, but we'll see how this shakes out. SoFi, keeping a close eye on that. If I do decide to make my entry, I'll let you guys know. If you did make that early entry in SoFi, just manage accordingly. Make sure your risk has been defined. Anything can happen in overnight sessions, so keep that in mind as well. On that note, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.